Okay, so we might as well kick off. Hi, I'm Martina Hynan, and I'm an artist researcher based in the west of Ireland. And Anna just asked me to open this session and welcome you all. So just to remind us all where we are. So it's day 3 of the conference, and this is session 8. And the theme is the aesthetics of birth rituals. So the moderator for this morning is Swan. So I'm just going to introduce Swan and hand over to her, and she will guide us through this amazing session. So Swan is from Germany and has a PhD in philosophy from Barcelona, and her postdoc in aesthetics is from Slovakia, and she is currently visiting researcher at the American University of Sharjah, and in September will take up a new post as professor at RIT in Dubai. So I'm going to hand over to you and spotlight you, if I can remember. And yes, thank you all so much for being here. Very excited.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Martina. Yeah, welcome everyone to our panel, Aesthetics of Birth Rituals. Birth is not a pathologic act, nor does it inherently require medical intervention. Yet, as birth increasingly leaves its private sphere to unfold on social media and even in museums, we are forced, I think, to look past the surface. This panel goes straight back to the core of birth, asking the foundational ontological question, what is birth? To explore this, we examine birth through the lens of a ritual. For philosopher John Dewey, ritual is the origin of art. Could it also be understood as the origin of life? Interestingly enough, the word ritual etymologically is not linked to repetition. Instead, it stems from the Proto-Indo-European root meaning to reason, to count, and to observe carefully. A rite, from the Latin ritus, is a correct way of doing something. While this concept can encumber birth with normativity, a ritual is also something sublime. It evokes a sense of the overwhelming, allowing us to recount aesthetic categories like the dirty, the ugly, or the monstrous into purposive tools and embraceable realities. Through the mindfulness of a choreography, it allows us to lose grip of the everyday and procures a careful, extraordinary observation of the other. Today, we will look at diverse traditions that connect newborn life to the land, ancestors, and elements, alongside architectural and archival efforts to redesign birth environments for a more female-centric figure. Ultimately, we are here today to ask who decides which rituals inextricably belong to birth and which reside at its peripheries as unnecessary. And most pragmatically, how far does a birther's power reach today to redesign the rituals of our births? Please welcome our panel contributors today, Nobuntu Penxa-Matholeni, Rosalia Namsai Engchuan, Anka Dür, and Charlotte Brielle. And the first speaker today will be, I'm letting somebody in, will be Reverend Nobuntu Penxa-Matholeni. Nobuntu is a PhD candidate at Stellenbosch University in South Africa and a lecturer in practical theology with a research focus on pastoral theology, African indigenous religion, gender, and social community caregiving. Her work is deeply rooted in indigenous storytelling methodologies, offering nuanced perspectives on spirituality, identity, and healing. Her research explores birth as a deeply spiritual and communal experience, intertwined with ancestral wisdom and the rhythms of life. A recipient of the Mercy Amba Oduyoye Award, Nobuntu is committed to amplifying African indigenous religion and knowledge within theological and academic spaces. She is also an executive member of the South African Circle of Concerned African Women Theologies. And today she'll deliver a paper titled Emva kocango, the aesthetics and sacred continuum of birth, the umbilical cord, and death among the amaXhosa tribe. And I hope I pronounced everything correctly. Ubuntu. And I would like to give the stage to our second speaker today, who is Rosalia Namsai Engchuan. Rosalia is an artist, curator, and a researcher. Her practice centers collaborative encounters, decolonial methodologies, queer and multi-species perspectives. She completed a PhD at the Max Planck Institute for Social Anthropology and the Friedrich Alexander University. Her collaborative project, Midwife Ontologies, so here we have the ontological topic again, was presented at Ghost 2568 Bangkok, a leading art and moving image triennial in Southeast Asia, and published in Kong, a platform for research-based experimental and critical writing. And today, Rosalia will provide a paper titled Midwife Ontologies, UFI and the Cosmopolitics of Postpartum Worldmaking. So thank you, Rosalia, for being here, and the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for this introduction. Thank you also to you, Nobuntu, for sharing so much that really resonates. I'm trying to share my screen now.
Yes,
okay. Yes, you can see my screen. Okay, perfect. Yes, so my talk today has a subtitle or has a title that came up when I thought about it, and it is When Birth Teaches a World, UFI and the Cosmopolitics of Postpartum World Making. And this is a project, Midwife Ontologies, which really began in the archive. And here you can see some images from my research. I will also show some images from my fieldwork and share archival images as well. So it began in the archive, and I was really interested. The question that brought me there was, how did modernization transform life in Thailand? And in particular, what kind of knowledges and practices, and also their practitioners, became marginalized during that process? And while reading missionary and also medical accounts from the 19th century, when modern medicine was introduced to Thailand, I became really fascinated with one practice, which is UFI, and it appeared again and again. And UFI is the traditional postpartum fire rest, which lasts something from 41 days to now much shorter. And the practice was described by outsiders as dangerous, as uncivilized, and in need of eradication. Missionary doctors referred to it as mother roasting and framed themselves as rescuing women from it. So I got really interested, not only in really the hostility of these accounts, but also in the intensity of their attention. Why were they so concerned with these practices? And what exactly was threatening about them? And then, okay. Looking further into the archive, I think it might have also been, this is an image of the same exhibition where they staged the ritual as from the past. And it was at an exhibition for selling medical equipment to Thailand. So following these questions led me very soon out of the archive and into a collaboration with Tarini, who you see here in the picture with the green shirt. She is a traditional midwife of the Sawang lineage, and also her children, also in the picture, many elders, healers, and community members all across Thailand. And together we began, and we still are collecting oral histories of birth, care, healing, and belonging. And today I want to share one of these stories with you, which is the story of a traditional birth in southern Thailand 31 years ago. It's not an ethnographic reconstruction in a conventional sense. It's an oral history. And I want to offer it here as a way of entering a different understanding of birth, personhood, and belonging. And the images that you will see are from Tarini's traditional archive, from her own personal archive, where you can see the traditional birth. Okay. When Birth Teaches a World. This is the story of the birth of Tarini's firstborn, Sangfa, in the south of Thailand, 3 decades ago. It is, as she told me, the story of every birth in this village, at the mouth of the river, at the threshold of modernization. It is the story of a world that no longer exists and yet refuses to disappear. I can trace it only from the memory of others. Only some remember. Only they can connect me to the traces of this road not taken. I am but one vessel for this story, gathering fragments, following a longing for another possible world. When a woman gave birth, the whole village gathered around the birth hut. They brought firewood collected from debris and set up fires, on top of which clay pots would be filled with local plants and produce to cook medicinal food. There were musicians, drums, and a bamboo pipe made from the part of the root that peeks out of the soil, the material of the threshold. There were astrologers, the cosmic wayfinders, who knew how to orient within a cosmos always in motion. Children would be running around and asked to be lifted to peek inside the birth hut. Anyone who wanted to enter had to ask the Moderator. Modern language would call her a midwife or a shaman, but neither captures what she is. A Moderator, as Tarini told me, is the guardian of the entrances and exits to the cycles and also to the universe. She is the one holding the world between. Her teeth are stained with the dark sweetness of betel nut. A gold necklace gently follows the contours of her bones. A white cotton bra holds what time has asked of her body. Everything tells me that she understands about the holding of things. The birth hut was small and full of women. Only in the center was there enough space for the mother to dance. Her body already knew the way. Light came in through the gap where the grass roof met the bamboo walls. She was carried by the rhythm of the drums. The women were sitting on the ground, gently moving their bodies too. There is no inside or outside. The dance is a wayfinding. The movement begins in the stick hitting the drum, continues into the body, continues against the soil and the rocks, and it reaches all the way to its origin, the ancestors in the sky, the Nora, the bird people. Every arrival has its own rhythm. When the dance reaches its limit, the holding takes over. When the cord got tangled around the neck, the Moderator laid her hands firmly on the mother, connecting her to the ground. The other woman touched the surface of her belly, her arms, and her shoulder. Together they were breathing slowly, holding still. They call this the tree of life, an energetic compass. The moment when the baby took their first breath, the husband of the midwife cut between the skin and the bone of a bamboo and put it into the cleansing water of the firewood. Later, when this piece of bamboo was used to cut the cord between mother and child, it already understood the cosmology. The becoming distinct of one another is facilitated by a tree, and not just any tree, a tree of this environment. Bamboo is a teacher in adaptability. It bends rather than breaks, and the child will always be held in this relationship. Soon after the birth, the baby would be taken to have the blessings of the water of the land, so they know where they are. The water from the well was rain. It had seen the land from above. It had passed through the sediments of the mountains and been with the soil and the ancestors. It would now gently flow over and into the skin of a child still arriving, an encounter that shapes what the immune system learns to recognize as self. Place becomes self. Birth was a process that was a month long. The UFI extended the womb into the world. Mother and baby would be lying by a continuous fire that dimmed down at night for at least a moon cycle. They were held inside a cocoon of steam that smelled of earth, medicinal barks, wild gingers, kaffir limes, and roots. Aligned to the mother, the child, and the season. The steam was infused with intentions, prayers, and song. The molecules speak the language of the subtle senses, as Tarini told me. It was the most gentle embrace. Breast-shaped earthenware was filled with salts and herbal concoctions. Ritual stones were heated over fire, wrapped in leaves, and laid on the body of the mother, to emphasize the kind of touch needed to reground a body that has been open. Stones are our elders. They are witnesses to histories beyond us. When they touch our bodies, they can ground us in ways we humans cannot. The stone is not separate from the touch, and the touch is never separate from those histories. The UFI space was held by the entire community. Every morning, the villagers gathered firewood while the herbalist disappeared into the medicine forest behind the birth hut. He knew what to pick and what to leave behind. To conclude the UFI, all the elements of the environment were assembled for the child to touch. The parents would put their hands together and water would be poured over them. This water was then brought to water a tree. 31 years later, I'm sitting on the veranda of a hut not far from the birth hut, together with Tarini and her children. Sengfa is with us. We are visiting one of the elders. He was there for the birth. He shares that he had a bad dream and a fever the night of our arrival. Tarini says it's because he moved away from the practice too much. When we asked about the drumming and the connection to the Nora, he soon starts drumming again. He uses an empty vessel, a white plastic container. Tarini is dancing again. Before I know it, my body moves too. An unbearable sharp sweet smell pulls me out of the moment. He mentioned that a rat had died somewhere and he cannot find it. He apologizes, and he says it's because of all the trash in the village. 30 years ago, when Tarini came here for the first time, one of the things she remembers is the cleanliness, the clear water, the white sand, the dugongs. Why did you drum? We ask him. He smiles and takes his time to say, because of love. This is how we send love inside the hut to support the mother. Tarini always tells me if everybody was born like this, we would live in a different world. And I think she's right. This is embodied and molecular love. This is how birth teaches the world. So this is the story. I'm working on a book at the moment, and you're one of the first to hear this. This is the story of a birth, and I want to share now with you more on the topic of this panels. So I've been sitting with this material for a long time, and I learned definitely I owe everything to Tarini and the elders who taught me about birth in this way and taught me to think and to speak about birth in this way. And things that come back to me that I keep on thinking about is, the fact that birth in this UFI way teaches an ontology of multidimensional interdependency. So there is not only our dimension that we live in, but there are dreams, ancestors, elemental earth, the womb space, and all these dimensions. And so what is produced is not an individual, but really relationships. And the newborn is, within these first moments of life, introduced to the water, plants, ancestors, community, land, and cosmos. And I found it really beautiful that in this way, environmental consciousness and belonging is taught even before language and rational thought take over. And so a body is situated within the cosmos through this ritual, and this anchoring is material and molecular. And then, of course, the midwife, and this, I guess, also answers my question of why they were so really trying to eradicate the role of the modamier. There are accounts of Western doctors entering a room and refusing to do anything if the midwives, which they called elderly ladies, would not leave the room. So it was a very violent marginalization. And even up until today, it's in a legal gray zone. It's not legal to offer a home birth in Thailand today. And of course, it is because the midwife had the most powerful role in the village. She was the guardian of the entrances and exits. Like, she was called for transformation, for birth, also for death. And she was the one who was mediating all these relationships and helped the world to receive that child. And when I zoom out and look into, again, the modernization of Thailand, which I think has very parallel stories to places all over the world, even in Europe or other places, that modernity really flattened perception. So it's not that all these different worlds have suddenly disappeared, but what has become marginalized are practices like U5, when we really perceive and connect to all the different dimensions. So for me, at this point, it's not a question of if this is real or symbolic, but how can we learn again to trust our perception, to connect to all these dimensions. Thank you. That's it from my side so far. Really excited to hear from the others too.
Thank you, Rosalia. That was equally amazing. I'm so excited to talk more about the UFI and how did you call her? Mot d'Amier? That's the
More
correct.
Damien. Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's an amazing. I would like to hear more about like the background of this term. You said
Yeah.
it's a guardian of cycles and the universe, a shaman, which but that doesn't really touch her. So that's really, really interesting. Yeah, so thank you, Rosalia. Before we come to the long-awaited Q&A, I would like to welcome our third speaker, Anka Dür, who's here with us today as well. Anka is an Austrian architect and midwife, which is an amazing combination in and by itself, I think, whose work explores the intersection of architecture, design, and childbirth. After studying at the ETH Zurich, the TU Berlin, and the University of Innsbruck, Dür co-founded the activist group Birth Culture A to Z in 2016, advocating for better birth practices. Her designs, like Room for Birth and Senses, combine sustainable materials and sensory experiences, creating empowering birthing spaces. Dür has curated exhibitions, lectured at the Vienna University of Technology, and completed her midwifery training in 2022. Featured in the documentary In Your Hands in 2023, she is currently working with Birth 3000 to design freestanding sustainable birthing pavilions in Switzerland and executing international building tracks, including the Casa Tortuga project in Guatemala. Today, Anka will share with us her thoughts and motivations behind A Room for Birth and Senses, redesigning the birth environment. So, Anka, the stage is yours.
Thank
There
you
you are.
so much, Swantje, for the introduction. I think I should have sent you an updated one because life is moving so fast and projects change. But
Amazing.
today's topic will be the same. I'm going to share my screen here with you and maybe see
Perfect.
if I
We
can
see it.
put it on. I don't know if full screen works, but that would be nice.
Yes, better. Perfect. Thank
Okay,
you.
cool. So welcome everyone to today's talk about A Room for Birth and Senses, about redesigning the birth environment. And I just want to also thank Rosalia for this wonderful presentation just before, which I feel is really a very wonderful birth story embedded in this societal framework, that indigenous framework that now people miss a lot of times, like this coherence and this making sense of everything around the childbirth and this continuity that we can experience. And I would agree that with the sentence that if more people would be born like this, the world would be a better place and would change. So I would like to start with shortly presenting myself. I'm an architect and midwife. I do work currently in the birth center in Zurich, which is an autonomous midwifery-led birth center in Switzerland. We have the privilege to be on a hospital list, which means that women do have equally access. Everyone with a health insurance has access to this birth center without paying more than for a hospital birth. It doesn't mean on a layer deeper that it is in the same way accessible as a hospital, because information is still being spread very inconsistently and different from especially, I would say, gynecologists during pregnancy. So they would even always recommend still the hospital more than a birth center, which is midwife-led. But it means that we at least can promote our own services and grant access to women who couldn't afford it if they wanted in another country. I was, before working in this birth center, I was a home birth midwife in Austria, This is pictures of my team there during a home birth. And in Austria, it's completely different. There is no hospital list for birth centers. So even home birth is becoming more and more exclusive for women because they pay us midwives so little that it's not affordable to live with it anymore. And yeah, so as you can see, like I wanted to start off with making this whole thing a political one, this question. So midwifery obviously is embedded into patriarchal sociostructural environment. And that before becoming a midwife, I was an architect. And you can see myself presenting this is my diploma thesis at the University of Innsbruck, where for the first time in history of this university, I presented something about birth spaces. A lot of people came to watch it because it was a topic that was never explored before, which was kind of interesting to me already back in that time, because I thought, okay, everyone is born. We are architects. Why did no one ever think about it? And even when I was looking for references during my preparation of that thesis, I couldn't find references for birth spaces, especially designed for birth, which I thought was kind of striking and alarming as well. Yeah, so I did this thesis in a kind of a life moment where I was in a deep crisis with my architecture profession. I didn't want to become an architect that would just take care of privileged spatial desires, but wanted to ground myself into something more of value, societal value maybe. And because the whole question about birth was always very present in my life, you can see in the picture the person on the motorcycle is my grandmother. She's a midwife. She was a midwife back in her time, an autonomous one, and she was the first woman with a driver's license in her village and the surroundings. So she took her motorcycle and went off to the births. Obviously, she was a kind of an idol, an inspiring person to me. And when finishing my architectural studies, I could feel like this crisis was deeply connected to my longing and wish to becoming a midwife myself. So I could feel myself being pulled towards becoming a midwife through these genes that were present with my grandmother. Grandmother. Later, I found out I had even more midwives in my lineage. So this was the first time that I designed spaces for birth, and I created my first midwife-led birth center. The approach was to imagine, not only think of a woman's needs during birth, but also see architecture as a container for something that happens inside. And then if it's birth, what would that container would have to be built of, be made of? What material would it need to be in order to really be a space holder for the frequency of birth? And my answer was, it has to be earth. It cannot be any other material when it comes to birth. So I started designing those rammed earth birthing cones. And going one slide back again. So here you can see that I approach to different rooms they're all containers for different things. The one is postpartum, another one is the group room where you do the workshops with women, another one is the birthing room, and so on. And then I put it together to design this one birth center. Then after graduating, I did lots of things. One of the things was founding this initiative, the Birth Culture A to Z initiative, where we raise awareness for the topic around birth in my home region, together with these beautiful women and experts around birth. And we're doing this for 10 years now. We do advocacy at the heart of society, and it's very touching to be part of this and to talk about birth and to make birth seen, bottom up and top down. Besides, one of the other things that came up after my graduation was this. It's my first work as an architect. So there's a museum, it's called Women's Museum in Austria. It's the only one we have in Austria, and it's actually the only one in a rural region, in a rural area around the world. And the Women's Museum was celebrating its 20th anniversary. So we, the initiative, me and the project lead, we approached the director of the Women's Museum and we said, well, do you already know what you're going to do for your 20th anniversary? And isn't it time for the topic of birth? And they were like, wow, okay, let's do it. So we, me and the director of the museum and the project lead of the initiative, Geburtskultur, Birth Culture A to Z, we curated that exhibition in 2020. And you can see on the pictures, this is the result, the outcome of this exhibition that was actually quite big exhibition. So it was in COVID, when COVID started, but more than 20,000 people came to visit. So it was a big success. We had more than 300 tiny positions about birth, maybe art or something more didactic, explaining about birth. And being the curator, I had the opportunity to design the whole thing. So what I did was taking one of those birthing cones from my diploma thesis and materializing it together with a really great team of designers. So I asked Martin Rauch, who is kind of in Europe the Pope for rammed earth construction, as well as Anna Heringer, who is world famous, and I don't know how many awards she got, so very awarded architect, and also especially in that field of earth construction, and Sabrina Summer, who also did the design that you saw before, the interior design of that exhibition. So we gathered and we would develop that idea of these birthing cones further and create this room for birth and senses. The idea of the room for birth and sense is to create something like a birth capsule. So it consists of two components, one interior, one exterior, combining all of the four elements. In the interior, the idea is to have a space that wouldn't suggest something like a typical birthing environment with a bed and rectangular shapes and well, the typical birthing room is also with typical materials, so it would be very hygienic and so on. So here the idea is more to have a womb-like environment. It would trigger your senses, and I'm going to show pictures now. So we design from scratch, and then we do the model, the shaping with hands. Active birth, of course, like you wouldn't want a woman to lie on her back, but to move around, to choose her own position. And then this is the inside. So you can see it's shaped, it's round, it's physical, it's the body that you'll be embraced by another layer of something that's like a body. And it's obviously also the light is not bright and light, but really womb-like. It's darker inside. And then you have a small arch inside or outside moving in, like the baby that would, when being born, here with the neck, push itself out of the womb, and then you're outside and there's a fireplace, and there the village could be waiting outside for you. You have a herbal garden with plants, medicinal plants around pregnancy and birth and postpartum. And then it's embedded in this really beautiful landscape in the Bregenzer Wald in Austria. Just below, you have a very beautiful view over the whole region and the forests. And we gave it also a dress. So it's 100% made of natural materials. It can be given back to earth after construction, after it has done its service and its time has come. You have the belly button here, you can maybe see there is a tiny window where you can look to the mothership, to the Women's Museum. They're connected, so it's just 150 meters away. And you have these shimmering shingles like a dress that it's covered by. And it was built over a period of 3 months with volunteers. It was a fundraising project. So we didn't know if it was possible to really do it until just 2 months before, when we said, okay, we got half of it together, now we're going to start. And sometimes it needs a bit of courage to do such a project. But it all went fine. So we prefabricated it in the hall of Martin Rauch, and then we transported it there on site and put it together. It serves as a space for workshops. It was also a space for the whole program around this exhibition, and is still used for rituals, ceremonies, and so on. Even women asked to give birth there. But there is currently no midwife serving in that region. So it was not possible to do a birth there yet. And also, this project is kind of more of a prototype for a bigger vision. So we're still working on a bigger project. I don't know if I still have time, Swantje, to show something of the current project that I'm working on.
Yes, Anka, you would have 5 more minutes.
Okay, cool. Then that's perfect, because I have here a thank you in case not. But then we can move on to the next one. So as I mentioned, the Room for Birth and Senses, it's still standing. It's a beautiful example of something new, of a contraposition to current architecture or birth spaces that we have outside. And it's physical, it's sensual, you can smell the earth when you enter. So it's a contraposition to hospital spaces. And we would like to do the next step, move towards this bigger vision that was drafted in the diploma thesis towards this autonomous midwifery-led birth center close to a hospital. So this is the project that I'm currently working on together with Monja Krutz. It is still the same. So we have the arch, which is rammed earth, and we have wood. It's also, again, except for the foundations, it's just made of natural materials, and it's part of an expandable concept where you can have those tiny birthing spaces that can either serve, like it's the space, and the program can be birth, but it can also be a midwife hub, it can be a postpartum unit. And so you could put your birth house with these birth modules, put it together into one, depending on your needs and the programs. And then you have here a tiny idea of a prototype of the ground floor of the prototype, where all the crucial, so this is more pragmatic for the, not pragmatic, it's more handy to use it maybe when it comes to having more births than 1 or 2, but really you have the full program here to use it. And then you have, but the idea is to include, depending on where it's going to be built, to include the facade natural materials from the context. So it's either straw or the shingles or stone, whatever. And inside to have the handcrafted textiles of female or women's art, which in many cultures around the world is very present. Yeah, this is an explosion of the structure on how it's built. And again, we're just using sensory eco materials for this design. And the special thing about it is that if it's wood and sheep wool and earth, if they're combined, it's the best. What's that word in English? It's the best mix of material mix of combination of materials that you could use when it comes to healthy environment. So your body will be more healthy in this environment. Salutogenic is maybe the right word for it. Yeah. So we did also tests with umbilical cord blood on different on wood to use it as a wood floor. We chose an oak, a dark oak darkened with fire. Yeah, and now we have a potential building site, and it's not potential, the building site is fixed, but we have to fundraise again to make it possible. And this is what we're currently doing. And thank you so much for listening, everyone. And yeah, looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Anka. That was so inspiring, and I see so much courage in what you are doing, and that's very impressive. That's deeply impressive. Thank you for presenting your work today. Of course, I would be very curious in hearing also a bit about Casa Tortuga in Guatemala, because I have been following your project on Instagram. But let's move this to the Q&A afterwards. Because I would like to give the stage to our fourth and sadly already last speaker today, Charlotte Brielle, who's also here with us today. Charlotte is the founder and director of Wombs of the World, whom I've also detected on Instagram. So you see this can also be a very, very interesting medium, not just what other people do out of it. And yeah, Charlotte also holds a master's degree in perinatal social work. And Charlotte is a full spectrum doula. So a midwife, but also not a midwife, but a doula, sorry. And as such, she works alongside traditional midwives, clinics, and communities in places as far from each other as Tanzania, Ecuador, Mexico, South Africa, the United States, and Europe, in order to study diverse systems of care and the ceremonial and clinical dimensions of birth. Her work weaves ritual, design, and evidence-based practice to reimagine maternal care and to advance global maternal health through collaborative, culturally rooted initiatives. So I chose, and I asked Charlotte to join us today, and I chose for her the last position, as I feel that her work is kind of the culmination and the gathering and entangling with each other the approaches that Anka, Nobuntu, and Rosalia are doing so deeply and so in so much detail in their own situated places. And I'm very interested in listening now to Charlotte, who will present a talk which she titled "Culture is Dynamic, Birth is Universal: Bridging Ceremony and Clinical Care in a Hypermedicalized World." Thank you, Charlotte, for being here with us today, and please, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Swan, and thank you to all the other amazing presenters. I love geeking out about birth, and so my brain is just so inspired and so happy to be here. And I kind of agree. I feel like as I was listening to the others, so much of my work is bridging a lot of these things. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the backstory of Wombs of the World, and then I could just go on and on because there's so much I want to tell you all about. So I'll strive to be mindful. But so Wombs of the World is at this point today, 2026, a doula training organization. But at the time that it started, I've been a doula for about 10 years myself. And a doula is a non-medical birth support person. I'm assuming everybody here knows what a doula is, though. And having to explain this all the time living in France. But so it started as I went to Tanzania shortly after I became a doula to volunteer at a maternity clinic. And while I was there, I was posting my experience on Instagram on my like brand new doula account. And other doulas started reaching out online and being like, how are you doing that? Like, that's so cool. And I immediately had this light bulb moment of, oh, there's a lot of people, doulas, who want to go be of service and who are curious about global birth practices. Like, it's not just me. And from there, that seed was planted and it grew and it grew and it grew. And I mean, literally, I like posted about it in a Facebook group, like a doula Facebook group, and was like, hey, I'm going to go back to Tanzania. Anybody want to come with me? And 40 people messaged me. And I was just like, oh, this is a thing. And so that was back in 2018. And so that's when Wombs of the World started. And from its original concept, I felt incredibly mindful and protective of those clinics in Tanzania. You know, I was already, as a human, very well traveled and had a lot of mindfulness around um, colonization, around some of the toxicity that can come with volunteer tourism. So, as Wombs of the World was starting, I was really putting a lot of intention into like, okay, how are we going to show up in these spaces? How are we going to show up in these spaces? Because I didn't want to bring Westerners mostly, like the people that have traveled with us are coming from Europe and North America mostly. Now our participants are from all over the place. But so like how do you bridge that? How do you show up with your Western perspective and you go to this clinic in Tanzania? And initially, and still when people apply to come on our programs, because now we have programs in Tanzania, Mexico, Ecuador, South Africa, and there's more coming in the future. But they have this idea, this notion that they're going to come to Tanzania to like see non-Western medical care. But what they don't realize is that medical colonization is so deep. And so what we're seeing in Tanzania is outdated medical practices that were probably routine at some point in all of our countries, but are now routine there. So routine in the sense of routine episiotomies, routine birthing on your back. You can't make noise. You're stuck to a bed. And it's this crazy juxtaposition because there's this like oppression and this control over the birth space. And yet the postpartum room is full of families and you don't know like which aunt or grandma belongs to which mom because there's that like incredible sense of community care. And so there's just like so many layers that come together in those spaces that have obviously taught me a lot. And so the first iteration of the Tanzania program was like, we're going to go show what doulas do. We're going to show up as doulas and we're going to bring compassion and care and mindfulness. And we're going to hold hands with these women who don't, you know, we don't really speak Swahili. They don't really speak English. And so like, how do you show up with presence? And when it comes to bridging like ceremony and ritual, I think presence is the most important element of that because you know, now at this point, I talk to traditional healers and midwives and shamans and like so many different lineages around the world about ritual and ceremony. And like they're so quick to tell me that it's, first of all, it's their way of life, it's not performative. And I think that oftentimes in Western contexts, when we think of ceremony, we think of ritual, it is a very performative thing. But like in Ecuador, lighting Palo Santo or burning sage or using plant baths is day-to-day life. And so when we take presence and intention and we put it in the birth space, it can be as simple as holding someone's hand, but that can bring ceremony to a space. That can bring intention, that can bring witnessing. And like that's my, you know, as a doula, I refer to myself as a sacred witness. Every single time I have the privilege of witnessing birth. It is such a sacred experience. So just kind of jumping all over the place because there was a lot I wanted to talk to y'all about. But the program in Tanzania started, and from there now, oh my goodness, we've got so much going on. So I'll come back to Tanzania. After Tanzania was a go, it was like, okay, well, where else should we go? And I had long relationships in Ecuador because I studied abroad there when I was 16. And I reached out to my old Spanish teacher and was like, hey, I'm doing this maternal health project. Do you have any contacts? And he was like, yeah, my cousin works at a hospital in northern Ecuador where I had visited that hospital at 16 a few times. And I literally just like showed up at this hospital 2 weeks later and was walking around looking for his cousin. And she introduced me to the head of OB, who introduced me to the head of the hospital. And this particular clinic is so cool because they are one of the few clinics in the world that have recognized traditional midwifery. And it's still very new in its kind, but like this particular region of northern Ecuador, it's only been I want to say like 20-ish years that traditional indigenous medicine has been recognized as like a protected government thing. So like now you can find like indigenous healing centers around this area that are operated by curanderos, by healers. And it's a totally different form of medicine, but it's like so cool because I mean, the root of all things are plants, right? Like plants and magic. So they're really utilizing those things. But at this particular hospital, they have like a resident traditional midwife on staff, which is like unheard of all over the world to like have this woman who has her own space. And so people are coming to the clinic for treatment with her. And so she'll do like egg cleansing, where she like takes an egg, she like rubs it all over your body, cracks the egg open, and then tells you like what's up in your body by looking at the egg x-ray. That's an example of like people like will line up around the corner to see this woman. She also assists in birth, and her role in the like birth space is, I would say, kind of the scope of practice of a doula. So she's not catching babies, the OBs catch babies, but she is there with mom every single step of the way. And I have seen this woman like shake sacrums so hard that women go from like 6 to 10 centimeters in 5 minutes. It's incredible. She's magical. But the coolest part of this hospital is that they have two different delivery rooms. One delivery room is I want to say like a traditional medical setting with like really bright lights and stirrups, and you're mostly on your back and it feels like a very sterile environment. And then the other room is designed, and they got a UNESCO grant in the early 2000s, like 2007, to build this room to mimic what birthing at home would feel like for Indigenous women so that they would feel more comfortable coming to the clinics. And so in this room, it's like warm lights, there's squat bars on the wall, there's like a rope hanging from the ceiling, there's like mattresses on the floor. There's obviously a birthing stool because like why is that just like not just the most standard way of birthing? Because that's obviously how our bodies want to sit and birth children. But it's this totally different setting, and that's where the majority of the moms choose to birth. And it's so cool watching these women who stay clothed in their traditional clothing, who are like in a deep squat, they're not naked. Like that's something that in a lot of cultures, like they don't, you want to keep the heat in. And so like in Ecuador, when women are birthing at home, they're wearing hats. Like you have to stay warm, like similar to what we were learning about in Thailand, like this importance of heat as a core element. Um, one of, I just, for all of those of you who are familiar with birth statistics, this hospital has a 90% vaginal birth rate. 90% vaginal birth rate. And of those 90%, 75% of those births are done vertically. So like vertical birth, following the physiology of women's bodies. So as soon as I'm there, right, Wombs of the World is still in its early stages, I'm like, this is magical. Like I'm talking to the hospital director and I'm like, what do you mean 90%? Like, I'm sorry, now what now? And I was still a new doula at the time, and I knew that that statistic was mind blowing. And from there, our program devolved. And instead of it being similar to the original vision of Tanzania, which is like going and being of service, it transformed into learning from traditional midwives. And so now our program in Ecuador, we are in a community called Cotacachi. And oh my goodness, these women are powerful and also dying. Like traditional midwifery is old, and these women that are holding this knowledge are elders. And because of globalization, because of modernization, their children are no longer, their grandchildren especially, are no longer learning their languages. Like their grandkids are not learning Quechua in school, they're learning English in school instead of like learning about how to tend to the land and grow agro-indigenous seeds that feed postpartum bodies as they have for centuries. They're going into the cities and getting jobs. So there's this huge loss of this traditional knowledge. And in that space, I regularly, and I feel like in this particular audience, like we all have like academic framework around the term colonization and decolonization. And there's a lot of conversation in my field of birth where we talk about decolonizing birth and what that looks like. And there's this like call to decolonize birth. And when I'm in Ecuador and we're having those conversations, sometimes I'm like talking to farmers, who some of the people who have been like the most impacted by the long-term effects of globalization, tourism, colonization, land grabs, oppression of their like way of life and being. And that language, like when I say colonization, decolonization, it is not language that is part of their day-to-day life. That's like academic language. And so we have to break it down. What does that actually mean? What is decolonizing birth? And it comes down to being in relationship, primarily relationship with land. And so I love how so many of the other presenters have talked about the elements and these relationships that we have to earth, to fire, to air, to water, and like the importance of those things in birth space. And so in Ecuador, for example, I'm just going to like throw examples out there. But in Ecuador, they like in this particular region, traditionally, women were often giving birth in sweat lodges. They would like build specific domes and have the fire in one corner, and they would set up a rope in the sweat lodge. And so we're like keeping all that heat in. And what's so cool about a sweat lodge is it brings all of the elements together. Like that is it is called, they call it a temazcal, and it's like the womb of Mother Earth. And traditionally, can you imagine birthing in a sauna? But like that's what's happening. And like, you know, herbs are burning and they've been cooking these lava rocks all day, and then the rocks get put in. And so also relationship, right? Relationship to land. The second relationship is relationship to others. Like we have to be in community. So decolonization takes us back to a communal state of being. And we have lost this, obviously, because like in the Western world, we don't live in communities, we live in capitalism. So you have to buy your community. And that's okay. Like that's just the reality of the landscape we're working with. So to buy our community, that means we have to buy childcare. We have to buy, you know, someone to care for us because we're far from our families, or our families don't know how to care for us anymore because this knowledge has been lost, like the knowledge of caring for each other. And then the third relation is a relationship to ourselves. And all the systems that be for thousands of years have been orchestrated to disconnect women from our innate power and our innate bodies. And that could be a whole different topic for a whole different time if we want to like zoom back out to the Bronze Age to how we got here today in this calculated disconnection we have from our bodies. So to decolonize birth and to come back into ceremony and into ritual, we have to come back into relationship with land, with each other, and with ourselves. I'm going kind of fast. Is this landing okay so far?
Yeah, all good. Very, very interesting. Thank you.
Okay. So, so that's like an example in Ecuador, how they use elements in a sweat lodge while giving birth. In other parts of the world, there are cloths that are used for different things. And so I'm sure you all have heard of like a rebozo. A rebozo is just a piece of fabric that can be used to assist babies like in utero, to help adjust the pelvis, to help ease pain, to like loosen the ligaments, but it's also used to wrap and to hold and to carry. And a rebozo is a very sacred instrument. And back to again, like this intentionality when it comes to ceremony, when it comes to ritual, that intention, that presence of like how, like I've rebozoed my heart out with a towel. You know, like it can be just a piece of material, but depending on the culture, how it's weaved, what plants dyed the fabric, what went into it. Like in Japan, their version of a rebozo is called a sarashi, and they will wrap babies in it, they will carry babies in it, they will wrap bellies in it, they'll like lift the womb with it, and then when you die, a white sarashi is wrapped all the way around you, and that's what holds you into death. And so same thing, there's so many parts of the world that have these rituals, these ceremonies where life and death are the same coin but different sides. And like there's so much overlap, and again it brings us back into earth. Rebozo is one of these things that covers so many different cultures and has so much ceremony. The placenta, same thing. The placenta echoes in so many different cultures, and we have just started discarding it. We've just thrown it away in these hospital systems. Whereas the majority of the indigenous midwives that I've had the opportunity and the privilege of sharing space with, they exactly what we were hearing about in South Africa. The placenta is buried as like a homecoming, as like you know that this is your land because your placenta is here. And I heard stories in South Africa of like before we had cell phones, they would go to the site of the placenta and call the name of the child to tell the child to come home. And then the child would eventually, yeah, amazing, magic. Because of that magic, this is why, again, not the rant for today, but this is why it's been so orchestrated to disconnect us from this innate power that we have. We talk about intuition, right? Like women have this innate knowing, a gut feeling. That's just the womb. That's our womb. Like our wombs are so powerful. They grow life. And then they grow like an organ that sustains that life. And then, okay, fun fact. This is one of my favorite fun facts about the placenta. In some cultures, like in Ecuador specifically for home births, after the placenta is born, they will cut the sac of the placenta off, clean it, dry it, put it out in strips, and then they will take those strips and they will put it over any kind of tear. And they'll put manuka honey over it so that the placenta, like so the skin of the sac, the sac sticks to the skin, and then that tear heals in 24 hours. In hospitals in Washington State, they are using placental sacs to treat extreme burn victims. Like the placenta is magical, connects you to land, but how? So part of my project here in this presentation is like, okay, you live in a city, you live in a hyper industrialized world where 98% of the people you know are birthing in a hospital. How do you bring ritual? How do you bury a placenta when you live in an apartment building and you don't have access to land? Like, how do we bridge these things that we know are so sacred and so important and so ancestral and like make us human, make us part of this earth, connect us with Mother Nature and Father Sky? Like, how do we bridge these things in this modernized, globalized, hurting world? So my answer to that is enter the doula. I think doulas will save the world and change the world. I think that having a doula as an additional source of presence can bring that ceremony, can bring that intentionality, can bring that sacred witnessing to some of the most hypermedicalized, violent, disconnected spaces that there are. And I've had the opportunity to visit clinics all over the world. Like, did you know that in India, there is no pathway to midwifery? You cannot become a midwife in India. That has like the large, there's a lot of babies being born in India. And like they are born via scheduled C-section because doctors cannot keep up with the amount of patients that they have. And so it's just scheduled C-sections. Even being able to attend a scheduled C-section as a doula with a mom and bringing that sense of safety because they're by themselves. Most hospitals of the world, you walk in and you are locked behind several doors where the outside is not allowed to see you. And it's like, for safety. For who? Safety of who? I mean, granted, we don't want people stealing babies. That is important. But even, like you go into a great hospital in the United States or in Europe, and there's like so many rounds of security. How are women supposed to share their stories? How are they supposed to be seen? How are they supposed to connect to their power when they are put into these medical institutions blocked from the world? The doula. The doula can just be a sacred witness. The doula can be inserted into any space. Obviously, we need millions of more midwives. Midwifery is also key. Back to that, how to be in relationship, collaborative care, community care. Like home birth should be the standard. Midwifery care should be the standard. And then we need to have that collaboration with hospitals in case it calls for it, because sometimes birth is wild and complicated. The human body is wild and complicated. And birth is like super wild and super complicated. And so decolonization, communal care, collaborative care. Regardless of the space, you can have a doula. Hospital space, home birth space, birth center space, middle of the woods space, you can have a doula. You should also have a midwife, but you should have a doula. And it can bring that ceremony and that I'm literally wrapping up. You can bring that ceremony and you can bring that intentionality and that ritual and all of these tools that you can acquire into these hyper medicalized spaces, and you can witness, you can hold that sacred witness for a woman. And you can, the number of times where I've just like made eye contact with a mom when she's like at that point of breaking around 8 centimeters, and she's like, I can't do it. And you look at her and it's like, you're already doing it. And you can call, and I often do this, I call in all the other women around the world that are birthing at the same time as her for that collective energy, and all the women who have ever birthed before her, like back to that magic and that power. And so Wombs of the World, we equip people to have this knowledge so that we can share in this space and hopefully be this bridge between the science and the intuition, between the medical and the ceremony. And I am so grateful always to learn about other people doing such big, great work in the world, because we need it. Back to that collaboration, working with each other. And I am so inspired that we get to share spaces like this of people all over the world. Like the fact that this panel, that this conversation even exists, is massive. And our ancestors would have never had the opportunity to come together and share knowledge in this way. So thank you so much, Swan, for putting this together and for inviting me to be here. Yeah, clearly I'm very excited about it.
Thank you, Chad. That was very, very amazing. I mean, all of your four contributions were amazing. And as a purely academic thinker and just as a writer, I feel so non-necessary the work that I'm doing when I look at what you four are doing. And having you here, I mean, this is kind of jumping forward, but having you here kind of makes me believe in academia again and in academia becoming relevant to society again. So having you four here in this panel in an academic conference is, I think, like just amazing that we got the opportunity to discuss in the way we discussed, so emotional, so empathic, so applied, but also so conceptual. I mean, we are bridging so many topics here, and we are bridging so many ways of thinking and methods and doing. That's just overwhelming for myself, as far as I can say. Okay, now we really have the luxury, and I really feel it is a luxury, of 20 minutes for discussion. That's not usual, as far as I can say, in an academic conference. So we should really use it. We should really instrumentalize these 20 minutes. And of course, I'd have a question, but I would like to give the others the chance to interact with you four first, because before I might jump in. So yeah, who has a question? Then let me move in and let me pose you a question. I was wondering, I mean, what you all are doing are basically practices, if you allow me to subsume them by this term. And Ubuntu, you spoke about the practice of burying, and even though I'm sure the amaXhosa tribe does have several other practices when it comes to pregnancy and birth, this was the one you were focusing on today. Then Rosalia, you mentioned practices such as smoking and dancing and heating. Drumming was also there. So several practices were mentioned by you, Rosalia. Anka, for you, it is the practice of building. Of course, there are more practices, but I'd say that's the primary practice you were focusing on in your contribution. And then for Charlotte, for you, it's holding the hand. That is a practice in and by itself, but also the meta level, of course, gathering of practices. And the question that came to my mind is these practices, or in these practices, which are done for the birther and the birthed, but also by the birther and the birth, enabling, like practicing and enabling other practices to happen. Let me put it that way. I wonder, in these practices, are we already overcoming individuality? Yeah, I mean, in these practices, I've just tried to list them up, and if I forgot one, or if I was oversimplistic, then please pardon me. But I was wondering, in these practices that you discussed and that are so relevant in the context of pregnancy and birth, I feel that a common vector on which all four of you were moving is this idea of overcoming the individuality. Charlotte, you as the last speaker, you said you would like to focus more on the relationship to others, to the land, and to the self. So that kind of is when we focus on relationships, then we are shifting, right, the focus on the approach to existence, to birth, and to death, and so on, away from the individual. And I do wonder if it is something that is already happening in these practices.
I have an idea of an answer talking about myself. One thing is that comes to my mind is that midwifery per se, and we're talking about birth and women giving birth and placentas and everything about it, like a woman, and we're living in these patriarchal systems all over the world. So I think the topic by itself is community. It is about decolonization at its biggest. Like, it cannot be more like, even women we have to decolonize our bodies everywhere we are. It's not just the indigenous communities who have to decolonize, but ourselves, we have even more to decolonize, I feel, because we're more generations away from this connection to nature, to land, to whatever. So, and you mentioned my practice in this talk as an architect and constructing. So where it happens in my in my practice is with the construction materials that I use. So they are natural. I'm trying to connect to nature, to the four elements with the designs that I do, and using earth, which is the most natural material you could possibly think of when it comes to construction, is one step forward. It's one of the oldest and one of the most futuristic materials we can use. We are earth. We are born, we're seeds, we will become earth again. So it's the whole cycle of life that is reflected in this type of architecture with the material. But then you have the topic of birth it, and it's just a meltdown. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Anka, for your response. Joan Garvin is raising her hand.
Yeah, hi. I'm in Australia, and so yeah, amazing to have such an international panel. I'm with a group called Maternal Health Matters, and we advocate for best practice in birth and outcomes, and focusing on respectful maternity care, which includes informed consent and many other social determinants of health kind of things. And but on the board, there are women who are sort of managers in hospitals, and a comment made by one of the women was that we have to educate women to speak up for themselves. And I was really surprised by that, because I thought women would be speaking up for themselves. But I kind of learnt along the way that I think, especially for the first birth, there are certain women who know everything about it. But I think it seems to me, a large proportion of women go into it sort of maybe not really knowing, what to expect, and with an attitude that to be engaged, sort of handing themselves over to the hospital. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Yes, please, John.
Oh my goodness. Yes, I feel as though we have given up so much of our agency, especially in the vulnerability of birth. And most people show up in a hospital setting that's scary, and they don't know how to advocate for themselves. Like you're literally just scared. And of course, there are exceptions, and there are some phenomenal midwives and some great birth centers, but the majority of the world is going into settings that are really scary, which is why I'm really into the architecture piece of this. It's like, how can we just create systems and like designs that aren't so scary? And then maybe there can be that agency. But I also wanted to touch on something else that you were saying at the beginning about your collective and respectful care. And I've noticed, back to like a lot of the work that we're doing, and also kind of what I was saying earlier about like we have academic framework around certain terms. And so like all of us here, we know what trauma-informed care means. We know what evidence-based care means. Like we know what these informed consent, like we have framework of what these things mean. When I'm in Tanzania, for example, the nurse midwives that work at these clinics, who are these like severely under-resourced clinics where these women are so overworked, every single nurse in Tanzania is also a midwife because they get 1 semester of midwifery training. They are not taught how to manage human emotions. They are not taught how to manage any kind of complication. They are taught how to prep someone for a C-section. That's what they are taught. They are taught the recipe for a C-section because it's so much easier to prep someone for a C-section than to manage the emotions and the all the things that can happen in a birth. And when a woman is making sounds, is making noise, like is reacting to her experience, they call her uncooperative. And then she's treated with violence. I'm saying all this because what I've learned is that we can say things like, okay, well, let's talk about respectful care. If you're not taught what that is and what that looks like and what that sounds like, how are you supposed to practice it? Like, I could all day long say to the clinicians there, like, okay, well, things like obstetric violence, again, we have academic framework around what that means. They don't. And so when we're now teaching trainings there. Literally, we're going back to the basics of like, what is respect? How is respect demonstrated? What is vocabulary around respect? And I think that that is similarly to advocating for ourselves. Like, we don't have language. We're not taught language on how to advocate. Like, we're mostly people pleasers all over the world, and we're like scared to ruffle feathers. And so then you're put in a context where you're in so much pain, and someone's talking about like your baby's heart rate, and you're supposed to advocate for yourself because you want to be treated with respect that they don't even know how to give you because they don't have the framework for it either. I don't know if I ranted or answered your question, but these are the things that keep me up at night.
Thank you, Joan, for posing a question, for Charlotte for answering so nicely. Just to mention for the records, we would like to also put Nobuntu here in the center stage, just like the three others. However, we neither Martina nor me are currently able technically to do so, just for the records, as this session is recorded, of course.
Would you want me to be up or not? Because I prefer not.
Pardon?
I said, do you want me to be on video? Because I prefer not, but I also have just one comment.
Yes, please.
Let me switch that off so that my internet goes well. That's just one comment or maybe a word of caution. When we're talking about South Africa is multi-layered ethnicity. So we just need to, talking about language, we need to actually be very specific, because what might you have learned, that's not for me. So, and then coming back to the word decolonization, in my opinion, that also needs to be decolonized. Because I don't think anyone can go to Africa and tell Africans that we need to decolonize. We're not decolonizing, we're reclaiming what was ours and was made nothing. So we're not talking decolonization in Africa, we're reclaiming what was ours, and it was made primitive, barbaric, nothing. And therefore, I'm an academic. I hate to use that word. I prefer to be called a scholar. And I challenge that. I don't want my student to have anything decolonization, because I think that also needs to be decolonized. What do we mean? What do we mean? I mean, I'm not talking about them versus us. I'm talking about the academic space. When we say decolonization to one another, what exactly do we mean? It became, to my opinion, a buzzword that as an African, it does kind of, scratch me a little bit sore, because seriously, what made who I am has been taken away. And now I'm being bombarded with the word decolonization. I don't think we need to be told as Africans to decolonize. And the word I prefer, even to my students, reclaim. We're not taking somebody out of the place and get in the place. No, we're reclaiming what was ours. And that's my caution. When we talk about Africa, we need to be very specific. Even Tanzania, that's huge. That's a country. Now, when we say Tanzania, which part of Tanzania are we talking about? Which part of Tanzania does A, B, C, D? Because it actually, it goes to do what we're trying to undo, where Africans were blanketed. And we need to be very, very careful, and so that we don't other, because othering comes there exactly. It's exactly where it comes from. So I just want to caution the panel, Swan, which I think I'm part of, and I'm also questioning myself. I'm very careful when I'm talking about, you heard my presentation. I said amaXhosa very safely. Didn't say Southern African Nguni languages, which I could have said that. But I don't want to blanket. We need to be very careful. very careful. If we're going to be working together across the globe, we need to respect and also be careful of our own biases. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you. Does any of the other panelists would like to react to Nobuntu's concern or Nobuntu's comment?
Well, maybe I can bring that Guatemalan project in that you mentioned when I was starting my talk, Swantje. And thank you, Nobuntu, for your for what you just said, and I'm very open to learn. So I would like to share my experience that I'm currently living with this Guatemalan Mayan indigenous midwives from Guatemala. And there again, I'm talking about a country that has been named by colonizers. So in the context that I'm working with them, it's a family, a mother. She has 5 daughters. They're all midwives and healers. They're coming from a 6th generation of healers, of Mayan healers in their family. And she's passing on that knowledge to her daughters, and they're working in their community somewhere in rural Guatemala. And I met them when they got passports and they first came to Europe to give a workshop, and because like they said in their tradition, the elders, their grandfathers told them that one day they would becoming sisters and brothers with a different skin color to meet, and they should share their knowledge. And then they felt that now is the moment in time in society and history of Earth that is the moment to share their knowledge. So this is what they're doing. They opened up a few years ago. I met them, and now we're working together on the project, on this vision of them to create a birth center or spaces for birth where they can be the space holders and where it's their project. So I'm in service, and and I travel there. They inform me. They kind of pass their knowledge, or like they don't pass it, but they inform me about what they need and how they want it to be and what the energies are like. And so I start designing together with them. And the project is going on for 2 years now, and I'm back and forth between Switzerland and Guatemala. And next year I'll stay for some half a year to start. We already started constructing, but to get it done, to really work on it more. And I found a Swiss foundation who's supporting, who's paying. I started with a crowdfunding, but it's just not enough coming together. So now we got a Swiss foundation paying for the project. It's moving somewhere. It's when Charlotte is talking about this Ecuador space where with all the traditional healing methods, the temazcal, how they do the postpartum massage, the rebozo, but the faja. So I think it's very similar. It sounds very familiar to me, the way they work, even with the huevos, with the eggs. They do the reading out of the eggs, and the tobacco is very strong where I am in the region. So yeah, and I just wanted to maybe mention it here because Swantje was asking about it. This project is moving somewhere and we're doing it. And the aim is also the intention is to preserve their knowledge and to create a frame and an architectural container to preserve and to reclaim, but also they are, and this is what I find interesting, even though they're the 6th generation of this healing, traditional healing, that has been passed on over generations. They're in the same time as me. We are together in the space, and they are also relearning again and regaining their own knowledge about their own ancestors, which is very interesting because a lot has been forgotten already.
Yes. Thank you, Anka. And it is while I was listening to you as well, with a very interesting interdisciplinary, the architect and the midwife. I mean, those two is just about giving birth, whatever you want to call it. What I appreciate what you said, and I think you repeated it now, that they tell you. So they own it. As soon as the people own it, you can leave and it will leave. It will outlive you because they own it. You're actually allowing people to make it theirs. You're not there to tell them what they've been doing is wrong. You came to enhance. And I like how you presented that, and you just mentioned now that they actually tell you and you design. And that's how you maintain the project. It's not money only. It's also let people buy to it. Let the people own it. Because if it's mine, I'm going to protect it with my life. You may no longer go there, but they will die for it because you allowed people to own it. And that's the how. I'm a practical theologian. I do very well with the how. Thank you, Anka, and thank you so much. I do want to go there, and I'll do what I do best until I go there. Pray with you.
Thank you all. Our panel is coming to an end, and I would like to thank Nobuntu, Charlotte, Rosalia, and Anka for making this so special. I may just say, as some of you know, I recently moved from Germany to Dubai, and here what people understand about like under a good birth is all about the how luxurious the interior design is of the room in which you're shifted afterwards, that you can create nice social media posts of it, and I think that's just crazy. So this today was like the reintroduction of a lot of magic, which was very refreshing and eye-opening to me personally. And I hope this holds true for not only me, but for also many others of the listeners and of the audience of today. We would now close the session. I thank you all for coming and for presenting, and I hope we stay in touch for a lot of projects to come. Now what will follow is 12 minutes of break, and after that there will be another panel moderated by myself about post-human mothering. So I hope some of you might have the chance to join, to stay and join and engage in the discussion. There will be equally interesting speakers. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All the
Bye-bye.
best.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Anka.
Hi, Martina.
That was wonderful. I enjoyed it all so much. It was fantastic. So yeah, so we're going to take a break for 12 minutes, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'll meet you in 12 minutes. Okay, thank you,
Brilliant.
Martina.
Thank you.
That was great.
Okay, so welcome everybody to our panel today, The Aesthetics of Post-Human Mothering. At the heart of this panel lies a profound and destabilizing question. Namely, what happens when we turn mothering, the very practice that brings forth the human species, into its own strangeness? By problematizing our species and challenging the Cartesian definition of a stable, autonomous human, we open up a space to investigate the social, bodily, and relational others that materialize when we dare to leave our modern labels behind. Today, reproduction becomes an artistic methodology and pregnancy becomes an embodied performance. We will explore the gestation of other than human embryos, where bodies are conceptually or technologically impregnated with endangered species like bats and strawberries. We will look at more than human futures, where maternal identity becomes a distributed system between human and machine, introducing technological intimacy through artificial embryos and AI-driven microchips. Our discussion will extend into post-human maternities, from robot surrogacy to nomadic surrogate babies that disrupt traditional hierarchies. And we will challenge the binary of birther and born by looking through a new placental aesthetics that reconceptualizes the corporeal relation between bodies. Ultimately, this panel asks, With these alternative pregnancies, what new aesthetics await us? How does it feel to sense a non-human kick? What Hawaiian kinships grow from this intimate care? And when the self becomes other, how can the other ever remain the same? Please welcome our panel contributors today, Eda Sütunç, Sara Niroobakhsh, Sucharita Saka, and hopefully soon Maria Fenner. And the first person on stage will be the Istanbul-based interdisciplinary artist Eda Sütunç, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name correctly. And Eda employs speculative fabulation and process-driven performance to explore ecological kinship, carrying, and the fluidity of identity. Working across experimental sculpture, installation, video, and durational actions, the practice re-examines cultural methodologies and interrogates binary structures through material repetition and embodied ritual. Centering the body as a vessel for more than human narratives, the work of Eda challenges anthropocentric paradigms and proposes care as a transformative methodology for world-making. And today, Eda will present a talk titled Ecological Surrogacy, Reimagining Pregnancy Beyond Reproduction. Thank you, Eda, for being here, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Swan. Let me share my presentation on the screen so that we can just follow from here. And all right, so hello again, everybody. My name is Eda, Eda Sütunç. I am, as Swan said, an interdisciplinary artist, based in Istanbul. I will be sharing a body of work that I've been developing over the last several years and reflect on this idea that gradually emerged from this practice and process, which I called ecological surrogacy here. So rather than beginning with theory, I would like to share how this idea developed through a series of artistic projects involving endangered species, care practices, speculative pregnancies, and questions of kinship. So my story begins in New York in this artist residency that I've participated in June 2023. So at the time, I found myself repeatedly drawn to vulnerable forms of life and species that were struggling to survive, species that were disappearing, species that were often remained unseen. And I became interested in this simple question of how do we approach what is fragile? So what happens when we choose to move closer to something vulnerable? And what kinds of relationships become possible when our attention, care, and commitment are offered without expecting something in return? And while researching endangered species in the New York area where I was doing this residency, I came across the northern long-eared bats. These little bats that have experienced a dramatic population in decline due to habitat loss and also something called white nose syndrome. And what interested me was not just their vulnerability, but also this distance that we won't be encountering these bats. And they are outside of our everyday experience, outside of our everyday affection and everyday care. So I began wondering what might happen if an endangered species moved from the realm of information into the realm of intimacy. So what would happen if people gathered not around the shared identity, but around this shared commitment to care? So I wanted to imagine this temporary community that would form around a species that most participants would never actually encounter. So this question became the starting point for kinship care community for me. And in the project, participants imagine themselves carrying these like endangered bats within their bodies. Like some people carried them on their necks and some people on their arms. So it was like a symbolic gestation period. And the project was intentionally open, so participants of different ages, genders, backgrounds, and physical abilities could take part. So what mattered was not biological capacity, but what mattered was a willingness to direct attention, time, responsibility towards another life. So in this sense, the project proposed kinship not as something given through blood, family, or reproduction, but as something actively practiced. So of course, I sent this picture to my mom saying, "Oh my God, Mom, I got pregnant in New York." But no bats were actually growing inside human bodies. This is me, but so this project is totally fully speculative, but the relationships that emerged through the process were very real. So these participants documented their pregnancies, reflected on vulnerability, developed emotional attachments, and began relating to these species that had previously only as ecological information. So what interested me was not whether the project could save bats, but like it clearly could not. But what interested me, what happened when this care was sustained over time. So when another life occupied space within one's imagination. So looking back, I now see this project as the beginning of a larger investigation into kinship. So not kinship as blood relation, not kinship as biological family, but kinship as practice of attention, responsibility, and accompaniment. So at this point, Donna Haraway's invitation to make kin, not babies, becomes a useful framework for understanding what was taking shape in the work. So rather than taking biological reproduction as the primary way of relating to the future, Haraway asks how relationships of responsibility might be built across species boundaries. So this really became an important point of reference for me. And Belekasa's writing on care offered another important framework that care is not simply an emotion, it is labor, it is maintenance, and ongoing commitment that requires time, effort, and attention. So this understanding of care resonated strongly with the practices that were emerging through my work. And lastly, Alaimo's concept of transcorporeality. Bodies are never fully separate from the worlds they inhabit, so they remain continuously entangled with other bodies, materials, in environments, and species. So this perspective offered a way of thinking beyond rigid distinctions between human and non-human life. So around this time, I began thinking about reproduction from a different angle. Reproduction is often presented as one of the primary ways people participate in the future. So I was asking, okay, what if care could become another way? What if people were offered possibilities of repair, accompaniment, and responsibility alongside reproduction? So, these questions gradually led me toward what I now described as ecological surrogacy. So for me, ecological surrogacy is an artistic framework that explores how temporary acts of caring for, and accompanying vulnerable species might generate new forms of relationship and responsibility. So here, the goal is not reproduction, it is the relationship. So the next major development of this research took place during a residency I did in Banff Center in Canada, where I worked with another endangered species, Banff spring snail. So unlike the BAT project, which centered more on pregnancy and kinship, the work in Banff gradually shifted my attention towards accompaniment. I became interested in care not as protection or rescue, but as a temporary relationship, a relationship that might eventually require letting go. And these snails are small freshwater snails found only in the specific thermal springs ecosystem of Banff National Park. And as I researched the species and local ecological histories, I began developing a new iteration of kinship care community. Participants imagined themselves becoming temporary surrogate carriers for the snails. And throughout the symbolic gestation periods, they carried the species and sang lullabies to them. So these individual voices merged into a collective song, forming this temporary community connected through acts of attention and care. So when the time came to return the snails to their habitat, participants placed them inside their mouths, and I will be showing you a small clip from the video. Okay, so what remains with me after this project was the idea that care is not necessarily about keeping, but it can also involve release. So care can involve accompaniment, but it can involve staying with another life for a period of time and then allowing it to continue without you. So this idea became increasingly important in my subsequent work. The most recent development of this research emerged through a project involving the endangered Arnavutköy strawberry in Istanbul. My parents have lived in Arnavutköy for more than 35 years, and I grew up there until I was like, I don't know, 17, 18. So growing up, I often heard stories about this strawberry, this endemic variety once associated with this area, but I have never seen one. So by the time I was interested in this species, it almost disappeared. So unlike the bat and snail project, this work became deeply connected to place, memory, and my personal history. So also from the fictional part, it turned into something more embodied and real. I used this wearable terrarium that I was wearing on my heartbeat that functioned as a protective environment, and this performance that I carried the seeds that every day with this bra that I've designed. So I was monitoring my heat, monitoring my movements. I was paying attention to this strawberry like all the time. And I was carrying it's not the symbolic image of this carrying the seeds, but this labor of care, the daily commitment, the ongoing responsibility. So I kept a daily journal and recorded my relationship as it unfolded. And as the weeks passed, I began noticing that the project was generating something beyond the possibility of growth of these seeds, but it was generating this attachment, responsibility, and attention. Eventually, the seeds never sprouted, and for a while, I experienced this as a huge failure. But over time, I came to understand the project was never really about successful reproduction. So the seeds were not really my future children, or they were not a promise of growth, but it was an exercise in care without guarantees. So staying vulnerable without knowing what the outcome would be. And perhaps that is what ecological surrogacy has come to mean for me. Not really reproduction or ownership or rescue, but the possibility of directing sustained attention toward vulnerable forms of life. So the possibility of forming relationships through care, possibility of accompaniment, and returning to Donna Haraway's question of how we make kin, ecological surrogacy asks whether kinship can emerge not through biological reproduction, but through acts of caring for, and staying with another life. So the bats were never born. The snails were eventually released, and the strawberry never sprouted, but something else really emerged here. It is that relationship, it is that responsibility, and that temporary form of kinship. And perhaps in this time marked by loss and ecological uncertainty, these small practices of attention and care are also ways of imagining different futures. Okay, so I'm gonna stop. Oh. Let me just show you just a small bit of how our life was as well. For a small moment, and then this is me and the strawberry in a daily life. Okay, so and I will be okay.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Eda, for opening our session. Yeah, I mean, I brought you and I also asked Sara Niroobakhsh to come in here because I see a lot of overlappings in your two artistic works. They both reminded me of something I've read some years ago in a book by Helen Diner. She published it under the pseudonym of Sir Galahad, and it's called Mother and Amazons. And in this book, Diner writes about this very patriarchal idea of getting impregnated by a whirlwind or by a certain kind of break in Earth. So this being impregnated by the other, this is what I feel your two works are bringing to the present. So I'm very much looking forward to the conversation we'll have after that. However, I was told we have to shift the Q&A to the end after we heard all four contributors. And I do hope we will have a lot of time left, which I'm sure of. Okay, so thank you, Eda. And I will directly jump to the second contributor of today's panel, Sara Niroobakhsh. She's an artist and research scholar at the New York University Abu Dhabi, whose transdisciplinary work spans bioart, feminist technoscience, performance, and new media. Her practice examines reproductive labor, embodied resistance, and non-human entanglements as sites of care and identity. Through projects such as Impossible Baby, the Lactation Induction Engine, and M/or in brackets other, she explores maternal voice, attachment, and technological intimacy. Her research has been published and exhibited internationally, advancing contemporary perspectives on maternal aesthetics. And I may say I have the honor to have recently been co-authoring a paper together with Sara, which will be part of this year's ICEA at Sara University Dubai. However, Sara today will deliver a paper which she titled Rewriting Motherhood: Intersubjectivity and Technological Intimacy on Contemporary Practice. So thank you, Sara, for joining us here today, and I'm very much looking forward to listen to you.
Thank you, Swan, and thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you for saying my name, difficult name, all correct. Yes, my name is Sara Niroobakhsh. I'm now Zooming from New York City, NYU residence here in Washington Square Village, which I had to move from NYU campus in Dubai to here. I'm an artist. I am a researcher scholar and also faculty manager for a new initiative in art and technology and science between NYU, New York City, and NYU Abu Dhabi. So across most of my work, I explore motherhood not as a biological identity, but as a relational condition. So I'm interested in moments when care, attachment, and responsibility kind of emerge between bodies, technologies, memories, and imagined future. And today I would like to share, well, just very briefly, especially two projects, and then I jump into the last one that I think that most of my focus will be. So, and I will approach them with a very simple question. What if motherhood is not something we are, but something we practice? So give me a second and let me just, now. share this with you. The first project is lactation induction engine, which I basically, under supervision of Eduardo Kac, who is the founder of BioArt in the world, I had a privilege to work with him on this project, and I have a lot to share, but I just wanted to very briefly mention. So basically, the work began with my fascination with lactation as a form of communication. So we often think about motherhood through basically pregnancy and birth. But I became interested in what happens basically afterward. And because to me, lactation is a remarkable process that every mother has a story to tell about her journey. And it becomes, because I feel it requires one body continuously respond to another bodies and be a provider. So it is very biological. It is emotional and relational, as I mentioned before, at the same time. So the project itself explores maternal labor as a form of intelligence rather than treating the maternal body as somehow a passive subject. So I became interested in its capacity to sense, to adapt, to use multimedia and communicate. So through this all 6 months intense performance or durational performance art, basically, I use many form of art, such as sound, such as video, such as olfactory, and XR, and make this lie believable to my body that basically a baby is expected. So through the basically, I don't have the time for much video and stuff, but I will very quickly pass through, and I apologize. Contact me if you needed more information. So I asked whether care itself can be understood as basically a technology of connection, right? So the work processes that motherhood emerges not through identity alone, but through ongoing acts of attention and responsiveness, and basically care altogether. And this is what you can see was basically one wall from my solo show at Washington Galleries in Chicago, where you could see some of the selected pictures and very short videos of that I took during every session of lactate, basically pumping in everywhere I go every 2 hours, which I took 1 pictures and recorded 20 to 30-second videos all together. And there was other objects and experience also for the visitors as well. Swan mentioned about the Other. I wanted to very briefly also mention about Other project or mothers. So I became interested right after lactation induction and gening, what passes between generations, even though that project was very dependent on BioArt and genomic sequencing, but I wanted to explore about what we pass between generation and beyond genetics, right? So the project works with breast milk donors that specifically I met one in Chicago who was a donor for breast milk for almost 12 years, and she moved from being physically go to the hospital and donate the milk to donate it online in anonymous breast milk bank, and to me that was a trigger, and so I used different breast milk samples from the donors to explore explore this maternal voices, sound, memory, and biological data. I was interested in the idea that motherhood is transmitted not only through DNA, but also through nourishment, rhythm, and somehow even memory and cares. And one of the best examples of this is with nurses, which they share basically a lot of biological and emotional passes through the babies. So, and the babies that they feed during the, wet nursing. So, and I wanted to basically find the voice recognition in every sample of breast milks and regenerate their voices back again to talk to us, these mothers that none of the visitors meet. So I was exploring also, as you can see, these are all sort of genotype that I went through and researched TT, CT, and CC. And basically, you can see spectrograms of how these voices sound like, and they have different textures, and depends on their ages that they had. But also the projects carry through as, because I'm an artist for an installation, which I did a lot of different study that what can be the best vessel to transform this biological and emotional information into this immersive sound environment. So something as resonance rather than just only representation. So, and while developing the work, I basically found myself returning to the form of the breast and all how the lobes look like, and that was the trigger. So it's basically create the architecture of this relation of all this parts in the breast, and create this installation which people pass in, and it trigger different voices of these mothers or in wet nurses that they're speaking, and it's kind of like shapes identity long before anybody meet who is behind it, and long before we know even what is the form of this identity of this woman is, because it comes deeply from the computer engineering and genome sequencing. So, and trying to understand is this possible detachment exists before biology itself, right? So my current project, Impossible Baby, as Swan mentioned, I had a honor to participate with Swan, and also many great minds through under the umbrella of NYU and beyond NYU to work on this project, because it's incorporate. It's a very project. It's a hungry project. It has like a lot of questions. It's so demanding, and I go in and I feel myself more deeply involved and challenging with this project. So if I wanted to say the relation between this project comes from a much more stranger question. Can attachment again exist before biology, right? So before anything that it exists. So the project imagines and gradually materialize a relationship between myself, and Swan mentioned very briefly, a synthetic embryo composed of biomaterial, sensing systems, and basically AI-driven communication structures. We're shortly going to see a picture of that. So, and this is like basically part of the very initial part of the project when I was researching Carnegie stages of embryos, of like which weeks I should use as a form of baby of my baby. And then I basically what I arrive was the blast set, which is the 12 days of creation of a baby. And because of its form, because it's like the intelligence is there, but still it's hard to know where this baby is going to and what is the gender, etc. So, and I did a lot of also research myself and did a lot of different type of painting to visualize how my baby look like. And from that, all this painting and visualization come selected to be simply more digital speculative version. So and a lot to share about the project. Also, part of it is I researched and I went to basically health center in Vienna. Well, they had many different clinical version of intrauterine device or IUD, and that was also a wonder because it shows that how the woman's body exposed over decades to many different forms. So many of them, they look like already are from cyborg and from future, but some very toxic material. And but it was quite inspiring to know that design, how this embryo, that it works similar to intrauterine device, is gonna have some sort of wings or a system that hooked up into the body and it stayed there. And also, these are some of the study that I did for how inside the embryo look like, but this is basically where I wanted to show a brief of what we work with bioelectronic medical bioelectronic engineering of the project, which we were trying to basically figure out the all relation between this embryo and body and people. So but when people first encounter the work, they often assume it is about the future technology. But for me, like, the project has never been about predicting the future. It is about examining the emotional mechanics of motherhood, about when I'm looking at this flexible PVC that is going to wrap around the 3D printed from Prolancy, which is a biosynthetic material of that embryo. So I'm asking myself questions beyond technology. because this is our language, like what creates attachment, what generates responsibility. For me to stay pregnant for 9 months and carry this artificial baby and makes me care about it. So in many ways, IB, which abbreviation of impossible baby, is a performance of maternal anticipation, right? So because I think embryo exists somewhere between the object and subject, and many asking me if this is gonna happen. Is it gonna be a reality? But I think it is between fiction and reality, and that's theory that we are proposing right now. So we don't know what the future totally will be machine or totally will be machine and organism. And yet I found myself responding to everything emotionally as a woman. So thinking about it, making decision around it and caring for it. So and what interests
1
me
minute,
is
okay, Sarah? Sorry
sure,
to
it's finished. So what interests me is that adults do this as well. We become attached to simple voices, digital archive, memories, machines, and future responsibilities. So impossible babies like itself may begin with this ambiguous territory, but invite us to think who counts as family, who counts as your kin, what forms of care become possible when we move beyond biological determinism, and not because basically it replaced human relationship, but because it reveals how relationality itself basically operates. So I think motherhood is not a very stable category. It's very dynamic field of relation, and it is being mother is not a singularity. It is basically consists of so many other things together, which we constantly negotiate as mother, rather than accept and fix it. But I don't want to take much more of time. There is a lot to share about the progress of the project, but I want to end here for and pass it on to Swan. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Sarah, for sharing your not just one but several projects with us. And if I would have to, I could choose. I think they're all touching on so many different varieties of what it means to be a mother and what mothering as a practice is. And I totally agree with you. Mothering is a practice, much more than an individuality. So thank you for framing it that way for all of us. Yeah, I would like to give the stage now to the third of our speakers, namely Sucharita Sarkar, who's here with us today as well. Sucharita is a professor of English at the DTSS College of Commerce in Mumbai, India. And she's also a member of the Board of Studies in English at Mumbai University and an invited member of the Faculty of Humanities at Dr. Homi Bhabha State University, Mumbai. I hope I pronounced this correctly. Her current research focuses on intersections of motherhood and mothering with body, religion, cultures, diaspora, medicine, food, self-writing, graphic narratives, and social media, usually from South Asian perspectives and with a mattress-centric feminist focus. And today, Sucharita will present a talk which she titled The Ethical, Political, and Aesthetic Potentials of Posthuman Maternities. Thank you for being here with us today, Sucharita, and I'm looking forward to your contribution.
Thank you, Swan. Thank you so much. I love listening to the other speakers, and I'll try and share my presentation. Yeah, so let's go. Right. So, in my contribution to the panel on posthuman mothers, I will be presenting about the ethical, political, and aesthetic potentials of post-human reproductive formations. I'll briefly look at three formations: the pregnant post-human, the placenta politics, and the sorrow baby. Placed in conversation with the other very radical, creative, artistic interpretations of post-human maternities that we just saw and the one which is coming after me, these formations in theory and in practice may enable us to imagine alternative reproductive formations, maternal formations, and possibilities. So I'll begin by defining the post-human. The quotation up on the screen is from Rosie Braidotti's book, The Post-Human. If we focus on reproductive formations and potentialities, we can identify basically three kinds or three branches or lines of posthumanism. One is a scientific or technological posthumanism, where biotechnology intersects with reproductive bodies and processes. We can also see the emergence of a critical posthumanism that analyzes the concerns and impacts of these maternity technology intersections as they are happening in real time and lived experiences. And thirdly, there is a philosophical posthumanism that envisages philosophical and aesthetic transformative potentials and possibilities generating from these maternity technology and, considering Eda's presentation, I should say environmental intersections as well. So to go to my first formation, which is the pregnant post-human, the pregnant post-human reconceptualizes reproduction as a beyond biological process capable of birthing hybridized forms of the technological, the biological, and the as yet fictional. And the quote I have given on the screen is from the Post-Human Glossary, written by, this particular section is written by Rodan van der Waal. And she suggests that the pregnant post-human is a new philosophical subject, one that is the daughter of Donna Haraway's Cyborg and Rosie Braidotti's Post-Human, of Lyotard's She, the inhuman feminine philosopher, as well as Hannah Arendt's natal subject. Being an undutiful daughter of her mother's, she presents herself as an image, a fiction, a standpoint, a reality. She is a singular subject, but inside her subjectivity, there is another subject growing, one that nobody can see yet. She is in a singular plural state and in intimate experience with the new, the relational plurality. She is the first philosophical subject capable of carrying, of giving birth. End quote. Now, with the presentation of this new subject, there is a shift in focus from the all too dominant masculine child, which dominated centuries of humanism, basically humanism focus, the perfect man of humanism. And the shift is now to the mother, because the mother has this capacity of both being herself and of carrying a future within herself. The ideation of the pregnant posthuman is packed with radical possibilities that arise out of technological collaborations, of hybridity, of in-betweenness, of relationality, of mediation, of unknown differences coexisting fruitfully. It is a hopeful imaginary, a visionary aesthetics, and a philosophy of meaningful futurity. We heard Eda and Sara explore some of these trajectories in their presentations before me, and I really enjoyed listening to them and learning from them. So now let's shift to a few biotechnological developments in the area, in the vast domain of the pregnant posthuman. One area that is recently developing is the collaboration of AI, artificial intelligence, with IVF, that is in vitro fertilization, leading to the emergence of a new kind of pregnant posthuman, a new reproductive subject. These are quotes I've taken from an article by Dr. Kathleen Hare, who is working in this field. And she describes AI in IVF situates the reproductive process as a post-human assemblage where humans and intelligent systems co-produce reproductive possibilities, reshaping embodiment, choice, and the experience of conception. So basically what happens is the AI-assisted algorithmic analysis can assess the eggs, select the best eggs, the healthier sperm, and it can also assess gametes to improve pregnancy outcomes. Now, of course, there are very valid ethical concerns being raised here, such as when an algorithm rejects an embryo, what criteria is it using? Are values embedded in the coding process? How much agency do women retain when decision making is mediated by AI? But this is what Hare suggests. There are feminist perspectives which hope or which feel that AI-assisted IVF may reshape rather than replace maternal agency. So basically what she says is that in this partnership of machines and humans in the reproductive process, AI-assisted IVF can transform the journey from conception to gestation to parturition, from a cycle of uncertainty and emotional exhaustion into a gentler, more hopeful, surer, and aesthetically pleasing journey where maternal agency, care, and possibility are established. So basically all the trauma and the pain there's a possibility that they will be erased or at least lessened, diminished. So that is what is supposed to be the positive takeaway from this new field of experimentation. Then I will move to the next one. This is the other biotechnological invention that I will look at, which I think Swan mentioned, the robot surrogate, or what is known as the pregnancy robot. So basically it is a humanoid machine which is designed to carry a fetus for 10 months using an artificial womb. And at present, it's still not, it's been announced by a Chinese scientist working in Singapore, but it's not been kind of released to the public yet. It's not available or accessible to the public yet. So this artificial womb will simulate the natural uterine environment by using synthetic amniotic fluid. There'll be an attached hose, which will mimic the functions of the umbilical cord. And the pregnancy robot will interact with the humans outside itself and within its quasi-uterus to respond to signals from the fetus. Though sensor-based responses can mimic maternal care, the obvious question is, can these pregnancy robots feel? And no, they cannot feel. They can respond to stimulants, but they cannot feel as of yet. Now, what is significant is that all the visual representations of the robot surrogates that I could access on the internet mimic the aesthetics of the feminine maternal body. There are breasts, there is a bump. Although there is no design requirement, at least for the breasts, for example, they seem to be a political tool of persistent gendering. But there's still this persistence of feminine maternal aesthetics, even in the designing of these robot surrogates. So the realization of posthuman ectogenesis, that is birth outside the womb, will bring hope to medically at-risk, infertile, single, or queer people who want to have their own children. But it also raises complex ethical and social questions, including potential impacts on maternal child bonding, gender roles, as we can see in this feminized robot surrogate, and also motherhood roles. So these are questions that are being asked but not answered as of yet. Now let's shift to the concept of placenta politics. Placenta politics foregrounds the maternal placental fetal assemblage as a transcorporeal model of affirmative generative relationalities. It is a term coined by Rosie Braidotti to indicate what she calls, I'm quoting, a co-creative and collaborative model between separate and yet related organisms, agents, and living matter, maternal, placental, and fetal. Placenta politics is about affirmative ethical encounters. It is the original form of transcorporeality. End quote. Now, although it is an aesthetic figuration and a philosophical concept, deriving partly from Deleuze and Irigaray, among others, placenta politics acknowledges and sometimes accommodates multiple technological interventions occurring at the frontiers of post-human reproduction, like cloning or external donors or internal gene editing practices. Now, placenta politics respects this complexity, but still foregrounds the specificity of the maternal, placental, fetal assemblage. So basically what it tries to do is tries to shift the focus from the technological advancements or erasures of maternity that we can sometimes see in for example, in the robot surrogate. And it tries to push forward or to make a new subject emerge that is experimenting with what contemporary biotechnologically mediated bodies are capable of doing. So to kind of relate it to a real life development, which I felt was connected to the concept of placenta politics, is the very new research being done in the field of IVG, that is in vitro gametogenesis, where stem cells from any part of our body, for example, the skin, any ordinary somatic cell, can be used as a viable sperm or egg. So basically what IVG does, it erases the biological necessity of traditional sex, allowing single parents to use their own DNA, or even same-sex couples to have children biologically related to both parents. So the roles of the egg and the sperm in traditional reproduction are erased, and the role of the placenta is foregrounded. The placenta becomes instrumental in not only nurturing the child, but in nurturing potentially radical dismantlings of heteronormative practices and institutions. And now we come to my third figuration, the Saro baby. The Saro baby can disrupt patrilineal politics through its nomadic origin. Now, when and this is basically a philosophical aesthetic concept. It's something we can imagine actually happening when a surrogacy happens and a baby is born through this process, because the process includes sometimes the selection of genetically unmarked healthy sperm. There is often an ectogenetic conception and even sometimes gestation, as we saw in the robot surrogate. And of course, there is the fracturing of the maternal body into multiple nomadic subjectivities to break up the homogeneity of the fetus, which gets its genitive and nutritive components from multiple, sometimes randomized sources. So the surrogacy process subverts the concepts of bloodline and blood purity, which are so intrinsic to notions of class, caste, and even nation, race, for example. Bloodline inheritances mark human identities and ghettoize them into castes, races, classes, and nations. The Saro child or the Saro baby has the potential to be a casteless. Caste is a very important differentiating factor in my country, India. So I'm using that. But raceless also maybe. Unmarked, what can be called as an anti-human. The Saro baby is not just the reproductive product of a surrogate pregnancy. It is the yet unborn future of post-human reproductive possibilities that are being debated and developed right now, both in theory and in practice. Both post-human and inhuman, as in inside a human, the Saro baby is a transformation or a revolution that is perhaps waiting to happen. Now, as a researcher who has been working with commercial surrogacy and altruistic surrogacy in India for over a decade, I have to at least put one, kind of a disclaimer here that there are perverse forms of post-human reproduction, which is actually being carried out at present across the world in various surrogacy markets. These practices entrench race, class, and caste-based privileges. As a long-time researcher of, as I said, surrogacy practices in India, it will be very remiss of me if I do not bring attention, at least a little, to these perverse forms of post-humanism engendered by patriarchy and advanced capitalism. So some of these perverse forms would include the exploded, exploited bodies of commercial surrogates and the very, very human pain that they have to endure, the pain of repeated IVF cycles and invasive surrogacy procedures, the pain of separating from the baby after giving birth to it. So these are recorded, documented trauma that they undergo, but which are often erased from this entire discourse that we have on post-human reproduction. Another perverse form of post-human reproduction would include the kind of a mad dash for customized designer babies that embody desires for example, in India, they often ask for fair, tall, blue-eyed, superior, and usually male children. And this is often accomplished through problematic practices like gene editing, that's little less, that's still in the realm of conceptual theory, but definitely embryo selection and screening and selection, that process is done. So these incessant twisted demands for the most docile surrogate body and the most aesthetically perfect surrogate baby, are the darker lived realities of post-human reproductive advancements. And I think we should keep in mind that that is there, that dark underbelly is there, even as we look at the more hopeful possibilities. So now, after that cautionary reality check, because this is a panel that focuses on the aesthetic and philosophical potentialities of post-human reproduction, let me come back to the future potentiality of post-human maternity. Posthumanism, in fact, as a philosophical, aesthetic, and political endeavor, is about the process of conceiving and gestating something that is post or after the human, right? So, if the human condition is one of natality, the post-human condition is one of pregnancy. Again, this is a quote from Rodant van der Waal. And and I'm using her words there on the screen because she visualizes, 2 minutes. Yeah, I'll finish. She visualizes post-human maternity through imaginative potency. So she writes, I am neither culture nor matter. I am a radical continuum of both. I arise from the alleys of humanism to claim my part. I am the repression that inscribes me and the possibilities that I open up. I will be a site for critical reflection and for radical imagination. And I would like to end my presentation with this imaginary representation of post-human maternity by one of my very, very favorite artists, Patricia Piccinini. And this particular sculpture is called The Young Family. And she writes, so I'm quoting from her website, she writes that if we look at the young family, we see a mother creature with her babies. Her facial expression is very thoughtful. I imagine this creature to be bred for organ transplants. At the moment, we are trying to do such a thing with pigs. So I gave her some pig-like features. That is the purpose humanity has chosen for her. Yet she has children of her own that she nurtures and loves. That is a side effect beyond our control, as there will always be. Now, I believe what we talked about in the last slide about post-human maternity being something on the edge. It's both imaginative and critical. So it imagines a kind of future and is also critical of the practices leading to that future. I believe Piccinini's art here does exactly that. And it subverts traditional feminine aesthetics of motherhood, questions the ethics of post-human biotechnologies like organ transplants. So rising from the greedy, self-centered alleys of humanism, this post-human mother encourages us to open up to post-human interspecies entanglements and a new, yet immemorial aesthetics and ethics of care. Thank you.
Thank you, Sucharita. Thank you very much for your contribution and for bringing up the ethics and the dark underbelly, as you called it, of post-human mothering. I think that was very completing our talk, even though we are not yet complete. We still have one more contributor with us here today, namely Maria Fannin from the University of Bristol. She's a professor of human geography, and her research focuses on the spatial, philosophical, and cultural dimensions of reproduction. She's an experienced collaborator in multidisciplinary research with life scientists, philosophers, and artists on the ethical and social dimensions of new technologies. And her most recent published work focuses on a history of the birth experience in post-war Great Britain. I reached out Maria Fannin because of her paper, The Placental Aesthetics, which I'm very often using in class with my students. And I'm looking forward to listen to her paper today, which is titled Aesthetics of the Almost Ethical. Thank you, Maria, for being here today, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to try to share my screen and work through the PowerPoints, one of which is probably, yeah, here we go. We'll start. Can everyone see that?
Perfectly.
Yes, okay, lovely. All right, so apologies if the sound in this room, I'm in a very sort of, it feels echoey to me, but I hope it's okay. And I definitely will try to keep to good time so that we have plenty of time for discussion and questions, because the papers today have been so fascinating. In this presentation, I'm going to explore the third term that Sucharita picked up in her middle of the post-human kind of reproductive imaginaries, which is the placenta. The placenta is seen as a mediating passage between bodies, and as Sucharita mentioned, and I think this will be a great point for discussion, has been a kind of conceptual resource for feminist theorists and for philosophers, for those interested in developing kind of alternative ethical models or thinking about relations in new ways. And so this presentation will explore some of that, in some ways briefly, through the philosophy of Luce Irigaray and her readers, to think about how placental relations are saying something about the negotiation of difference that might be inspiring for us. And it's also to touch on briefly how Irigaray's intermittent references to the placenta also figure it as an enveloping space of metaphorical or even material generation. So it explores and touches on this, the way that the placental kind of imaginary disrupts our understandings of self and other, and it also explores the idea that we might think about placental relations as in kind of new visual or new kind of alternative forms. So alongside the important work on pregnancy and the maternal-fetal relation that feminists and philosophers and art historians and critics and researchers have worked on for many years, I would say a growing body of work is interested in theorizing around the placenta, as Sucharita mentioned. This object has been seen as as a model for new forms of relationality, for subjectivity, for ethics. For example, Kelly Oliver in 1994 and in a book in 1998 was arguing for placental ethics that drew upon primarily French philosophical and psychoanalytic reworkings of maternity and maternal-fetal relations, describing the placenta as a kind of circulatory communication within the maternal body that is beneficial to both the fetus and the body, and that becomes a kind of mutually beneficial fluid space of exchange. Much more recently, Irina Aristarkova wrote about the maternal matrix and efforts to kind of identify this concept of the matrix through the placenta and through the sort of re-envisioning of the womb as a space of thinking. And this is something that in my own work I've also been very interested in with other colleagues like Rachel Coles and Julie Kent. And many of these efforts have actually drawn quite heavily on Luce Irigaray's dialogue with a biologist published many years ago now on what was termed the placental economy. In this dialogue, Irigaray and Roosh explore how the placenta is a material and symbolic resource for thought and a potent site for rethinking maternal-fetal relations, and by extension, relations with any other. Irigaray's work has, since that interview or that dialogue with Roosh, intermittently picked up on the generative imagery of the placenta. And it's to use the placenta kind of model to both explore enclosure, so being kind of enclosed in a womb-like space, as well as a kind of space of difference. More recently, Irigaray highlights the temporal nature of the placenta as a space of generation. And this is a quote from her book, The Mediation of Touch, where she describes how a kind of micro-milieu might be seen to be formative of the generation of our beings, and that this is a kind of placental space in which one can begin, a kind of generative space. The placenta in Irigaray's work isn't really explored in depth, but Roosh's own, and this is going back to the dialogue she held with the biologist, in Roosh's own work, and Hélène Roosh was a biologist working in France, she was very interested in thinking quite critically about the placenta, asserting that it is not actually a woman's organ. And it's not, in fact, in her argument, half fetal and half maternal, but is, and this is, I think, her biological training speaking, a fetal tissue created with the embryo within the mother's body. It's a kind of between two. It's neither one or the other, a third term between self and other. And reflecting on the notion of ownership of the placenta, Roosh wrote in 1987 that groups of women in different countries would like to create banks of placentas in order to reappropriate what belongs to them, to retain control over research conducted on the placenta. But, she asked, does the placenta belong to women? If it is relation, a means of constructing alterity, a condition of possibility of coexistence, it cannot be appropriated. And I think she was speaking very much to this somewhat more philosophical question of ownership over things that are co-constructed and co-created. And yet I think we can interpret this in light of the many regimes of ownership of kind of liberal property and legal bioethical regimes in which the placenta is identified as an object belonging to either the mother, because it is birthed with the child, or the fetus because it is genetically fetal. And this has, I think, opens up a lot of questions about the sorts of things that Sucharita also described related to how materials are used in new technologies. The placenta is often seen as a kind of unproblematic resource to be exploited, invested in, exchanged, and appropriated. More importantly, I think Irigaray's discussion of the placenta resonates with a kind of need to re-theorize.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, apologies.
Will be unavailable.
That's in the venue I'm at. I'll pause.
No problem.
Library closes at 4 o'clock today.
Okay.
If you have a day card,
I don't know how long this will go.
On your way out. Thank you.
Okay, anyway, sorry about that. That was not me. That was a speaker from the sky.
No.
Thank you. Irigaray's discussion of the placenta resonates with this, with the interest in understanding and thinking through a negotiated relationship across differences, to rethink the kind of mother-fetus relation. And by foregrounding the placental relation, Irigaray and Roosh refuse, as Gail Schwab writes, to posit any direct access to the mother's body, and instead insist on the passage, on the presence of a passage between two bodies as an important space within which to theorize. The placenta becomes a site for communion and communication of differences between two bodies, perhaps between two worlds. It becomes a place of situated and specific hospitality, and acts as a model for how the relationship to the world is made through others, not just the mother, who is, in Irigaray's words, the child's first love, but through a material space, a third term that permits separation and difference, growth and becoming. So why is this meaningful for us? Well, studies of the human placenta, trying to advance, there we go, have played an important role in shaping presumptions about the relations between mother and fetus during pregnancy for those who study pregnancy as bioscientists. And feminist and critical insights into placental relations, such as those offered by Braidotti's Placenta-Politics, perhaps Irigaray and Roosh and all of their many readers, can offer an important corrective to how scientific literatures characterize maternal-fetal relations as either antagonistic or indifferent. The description of the placenta as a space of connection, as well as enclosure, might also raise important questions about ethics and the trajectories of materials that leave the mother's body. Irigaray's articulation of the placental relation as almost ethical suggests that the placental economy, in her words, could provide a resource for ethics, for choosing modes of biological relation that foreground mutual recognition and negotiation across differences, rather than structures of active and passive, or self and other. But as Irigaray and Roosh's dialogue suggests, the placenta, in most cultural contexts today, is considered a waste tissue. It is valued by researchers, but it is viewed as relatively understudied, unlike other organs such as the brain or the heart, and many questions about its role in pregnancy, especially when pregnancies do not go well, remain unanswered. It still seems to occupy a marginal and somewhat shadowy figure within the histories of pregnancy, obscured perhaps by the seductive visuality of the developing embryo. And so, reflecting on the cultures surrounding the embryo, we can turn to the work of anthropologist Lynn Morgan, who wrote a fascinating account of historical collections of anatomical specimens, primarily embryos, in her book, Icons of Life. She wrote that embryo collecting exemplified the desire to transfer reproductive waste material from the clinic, where it was abundant but useless, to laboratories and educational institutions, where it could be transformed into knowledge that would underwrite a particular, in her words, embryological vision of the world. This world is one that Morgan argues we are all now very familiar with. It's the developmental linear story of biological being. It is the embryo's image as a free-floating entity, as a source of scientific study, but also public wonder, that she argues is the making of a conceit that such a thing as an embryo can somehow exist, disconnected of its connection to another body. And Morgan recounts in this book how the embryo and the image of the embryo is thoroughly imbued with the politics of personhood, especially in the US, which is where she's writing from, where embryo imagery is mobilized across public culture in many different ways. She recounts watching a television advertisement for a Volvo car, a very safe, presumed to be a very safe make of car, in which a fetus is featured, sort of strapped in, buckled into the car very safely, being carried from place to place. And she argues that these kinds of almost like the commonality of the fetal image in American specifically, but perhaps this is more widely, can be more widely appreciated in selling cars or other commodities, to arguing for the rights of the unborn citizen in the politics of abortion, become mobilized in a whole lot of kind of unquestioned ways. But I think the interesting thing, reflecting on Morgan's work and thinking about the placenta, is the differences between the visual cultures of the embryo and fetus, and those and the relative kind of unlikelihood of seeing, perhaps maybe it's less now. We maybe see more images of placenta today, but the relative paucity of images of the placenta that circulate in popular culture and media. Morgan points to the myriad examples of images of embryos or fetuses selling cars or potato chips, or as the focal point of deep political antagonisms in the politics around abortion that constitute, she argues, part of this embryological vision of the world. But no such images or uses seem to circulate widely around the placenta. This may be because other parts of human bodies have captured our imagination in different ways. As one placenta scientist recounted, it's really laborious studying placentas, and the research funding is not as extensive because brains, for example, are just so much more fashionable. But building on Morgan's excavation of this embryological vision of the world, shaped by embryology as a science, we might also ask about the possibility of a placental vision of the world. This is a world in which the predominant imaginary of the interior of the pregnant body is no longer the kind of free-floating astronaut, the fetal astronaut in space, an entity made autonomous through many kinds of visual cultural practices that informed both the science and the politics of the fetus. An aesthetics of the almost ethical dimensions of the placenta might offer something that these other images do not: the co-created composition of the placenta, and by extension the maternal body alongside the fetus. Perhaps an enriched visual culture of the placenta might enable broader public reflection on the connection we have all had to another's body, even if indirectly. An example of this might be an event that took place in the UK to present placental research to a public audience. It sought to encourage new ways of thinking about the placenta beyond its associations with mothers' experiences of pregnancy, actually asking the audience to consider the placenta and reflect on the organ that you have all lost. Perhaps the obscurity of cultural reference points for the placenta also helps explain the ubiquity now, it seems increasingly, of the placental tree prints that many parents create at birth, an enduring impression of this ephemeral organ. Perhaps these impressions remind parents of the lost organ, but they may also point to an emergent placental vision of the world that could perhaps counter the notion of the free-floating embryo, the sovereign individual alone in space. This placental model of the world would be connective. It would acknowledge the space of encounter with another who is not the same, but still held in relation. The placenta as a communicator and a mediator, in Irigary's words, between two. Thank you. I will stop sharing now. Hopefully didn't zip too quickly through the presentation.
No, absolutely not. Thank you, Maria. It was very, very fascinating. I made so many notes, I do not even know where to start. But I would like to open the room for the audience, who now has the chance to pose a question to amazing artists and to amazing theoreticians, even though I do not want to create this, this friction or this distinction, because I do not feel it so prevalent, especially in what you four are doing. Yeah, so if you have a question, this is your chance. Please raise your question, or else you could also, of course, pose a question to each other. That will also be very interesting, I think. Right? Did you find your Suchaita?
I had a question for Eda. In the environments that you created, those womb-shaped emplacements on the bodies, right? For these species, the kinship care model, basically. Would that include something that would function as a kind of a quasi placenta, or or is was it there, or was it just a kind of just a shelter for that? What can I call the fetus, the bat fetus, or the snail fetus? So,
Thank you for that question. It's I was thinking, like, in what kind of environment would these fetuses would thrive, and try to aesthetically recreate that. But with only the last project that I did, with the strawberry seeds, I was more able to create that environment because with the snails, I was thinking, okay, like the mouth, it's like such a place that they might be thriving because they're living in the cave and it's dark and it's a little damp. But with the bats, like how is it actually gonna work? But again, like the first two projects are more fictional than the strawberry project. So it's I didn't answer that many questions.
Ooh.
Yeah, Mariah.
Yes, I first I wanted to say, sorry, I was getting probably a bit nervous because I'm in this odd room. Just how wonderful it was, but I guess starting one's talk off, you'd want to get going. How wonderful it was, just to hear all the papers and also just to see the work that you are doing, Sara and Eda. I hope I'm pronouncing your name. To explore these dimensions of mothering, outside the biological. I just thought that was brilliant. I want to, spend more time learning about your work. But I was interested in both, and Eda, it's a question for you, I guess, about the visuality. So, you have these like miniature wombs that are kind of on the outside of the body. And I was fascinated. I mean, and they look so wild. And I love the kind of, in the strawberry, which, didn't gestate the way you anticipated. I was interested in like almost like the visual, that they were transparent. Because in Sucharita, your paper, you had the image of the like surrogate robot. And we can see the visual of this developing fetus. And I do think actually, it's something that other oh gosh, I'm going to forget her name now, who was writing about early ultrasound and kind of the development of ultrasound, like being able to see inside the womb and see what's happening. And I think, that visual kind of dimension of like what we actually could not see so easily for so much of, kind of, I guess, human history, without like a pregnancy ending. I'm really fascinated by that. So I don't know if it's more of if it's a question really, but just like, maybe like why is it important to see those images? I mean, I guess it makes it more visually interesting, obviously, to see like the fetus or these small entities within. But I do think there's something fascinating about like even in the robot surrogate developments, those wombs are always transparent, and I know that's partly about showing that it is a womb, but like these interiors of our bodies are actually quite dark places with not a lot of, light. So I'm just interested in that kind of like transparency of the womb. And if maybe for you both, Eda and Sara, in the kind of visual languages they're using to think about like these spaces of maternity, what's seen and what's not seen, and how does that, how is that, is that an interesting question for you?
Really interesting. For me, I had nobody who was pregnant around me. So nobody that became a mother or like carried a child. So I signed up for these programs with pregnant people. And I was taking notes like how they were feeling and what their experience was. And it was really interesting to hear one person who I was interviewing with who said that I didn't feel pregnant until I felt a movement in my belly. Like before that, it was like for 6 months I was just getting kind of like just like if I was not really I didn't even get that big, so it didn't really feel like I was growing something on my body. So I was like, okay, that is really interesting. And I thought, okay, maybe we need to really see inside to really observe, and maybe it's also has to do with some sort of control, but I think
Yeah.
that's my experience. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
So would you like to?
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Maria. I love that question. I think, historically, motherhood was experienced much more through sensation than vision. And as Eda mentioned, so you felt the baby, but you couldn't really see inside the womb. And you mentioned about ultrasound, but also I wanted to add incubators and all sort of reproductive technologies. They are increasingly expect or pushing the pregnancy to be visible, or like some sort of application to live stream from devices that holding the babies through the doctors, parents themselves. So this is actually very personal for me. My sister gave birth at only 22 weeks, and her baby spent about 120 days in intensive care. And during that time, the baby basically was surrounded by monitors, beep beep sounds, screens, and all sort of medical technologies. And we could see more than ever before. And it was a wonder for me. So how did this baby survive now? Biologically she's gonna be 2 years old this August. But what has stuck me was the essence of mothering wasn't in what we could see. It was in the care, in the waiting, in the attachment, and all sort of uncertainty. I mean, let's pause for uncertainty for any. I mean, this is the big things that we mothers deal with. So, you mentioned about my work. So my work, I'm really interested in tension. Interested in technology, can make the body more visible. Like when we are talking about intrauterine device, what the doctor is saying, put it there inside your body and forget about it. But it doesn't necessarily make it knowledgeable. You don't know or knowable what is happening inside your body. So in fact, some of the most important parts of maternal experience, regardless of what we are going to do, it's going to remain really invisible. So even when everything's going to be transparent.
Yeah, thank you very much for this lovely discussion. And maybe to add, I feel that our culture was obsessed with this value of transparency for quite some decades. And recently, I don't know if you know her, Erin Manning, she published a book, Out of the Clear, and that gave me hope. And also this discourse, right? This discourse forming about maternal subjects. Maybe this is a way to not, when it comes from mothers and from females and from people caring about care, then this might lead to a respectful treatment of maternal subjects, in that it will not make things transparent and lay them bare on a table in a lab surrounding, but let them be unseeable and still cherish and still respect them, right? And I mean, I was just thinking about Lyotard, who has defined this concept of the unsayable, the différent, and I was thinking if we still need a term to define not the unthinkable, but the unseeable in birth or in pregnancy, or whether we already find a term of the unseeable in pregnancy within the maternal terminology. So this could be another way of making making maternal thinking relevant also outside of our own sphere where we are situated here and now with this conference, like, for instance, Rosie Braidotti's placental ethics, placental aesthetics, placental relations, right? It has been done before, so maybe this is just the beginning, and we could be part of it, and that's quite exciting, I feel. Sara, you're raising your hand.
Yes, I thank you, Swan, for talking about this and mentioning about this Arian's book. I do have a question for Sucharita. I think thank you so much. It was very informing. Thanks to you all, but I think your presentation somehow made me wonder because in bioart also ethical is a big discussion. I mean, it's one of the field of art that basically artists come across ethical very seriously. But when you were doing the presentation, I wonder whether the challenge that we're facing is not only new forms of motherhood, but also a new form of justice around them. Especially when you were mentioning about the class in the society. So I wonder what are your thoughts about this reproductive imaginaries that they are expanding in so many different directions in the lab and in theory and etc. So for many people and how do we imagine in a way that it's you mentioned about the radical, the motherhood is a radical inclusive form, but you also mentioned it is in some places a form of privilege, to select and find what is imposed to them culturally, by society. Yes.
Thank you for the question. That is always the dilemma I kind of face when I'm working on this from the angle of possibilities, because the research I have done is actually with commercial surrogates in India. I have worked a little with them before surrogacy was banned in 2000. Commercial surrogacy was banned in India in 2016. So after that, we have something called altruistic surrogacy, which is also also kind of a hidden code for exploitation, because the buttons it presses are that you should be a surrogate for altruistic reasons, but it actually doesn't work that way. So there is a whole a black market of commercial surrogacy still very much in place in India. So the thing is, the question of justice that you raised, when we think in terms of potentialities, basically post-human maternity kind of for me exists at two levels. One is at the level of theorization, in fact, at three levels you can say. One is at the level of theorizations that Maria talked about, that I talked about a little, the possibilities of it. And the concept of the Saro baby is actually, I had met Rosie Braidotti at a conference in Osaka in Japan, which was on post-humanities. And in my paper, I talked about the surrogacy industry in India. And then she and I had a nice long after-dinner talk. And then we had discussed, and then she had encouraged me in thinking of the possibility. But I ultimately did not actually do much work on it. But it was an idea that stayed with me, that this conceptually, a surrogate baby actually makes all these patrilineages disappear, because if you take the sperm from somewhere and you take the egg from somewhere and you put it together in a petri dish, and then you put it in some other surrogate's body who is not genetically connected with either the sperm or the egg, then you have it can disrupt all these very, very rigid hierarchies and patrilineages that are so important in the concept of caste that is there in Hindu India. So that potential is there. But when we actually come to practice, what we see is that people actually order that I want this kind of genetic makeup for the baby I want to make through IVF. So I want blue eyes, I want black eyes, I want fair skin, I want in terms of caste, the Brahmin. So I want to be sure that the sperm belongs to a Brahmin male, or it's put in the womb of a woman who belongs to the higher castes. So all these are actual discussions that happen, and all these are actual decisions that are taken in these surrogacy and IVF clinics. So there is a potential, but that is very often not realized. And I don't know whether we can call these post-human practices or whether they're still at the level of the transhuman practices, but it is there. And the third aspect of post-human maternities is, of course, the actual artistic, creative interventions that people like Sara and Eda are doing. And, so the other possibilities, so that might be individual scale, that might be on a small scale, but those are also very important interventions. So one is the philosophical part of it, one is the actual practice that we witness around us, and one is these smaller but very, very significant creative interventions or meaning makings that you are doing at your level. So I think all of them are valid, all of them are significant. But in my paper, I just had to put that part in about the perverted part of, perverse forms of post-humanism, as Brielle calls it, because that is something which I have encountered again and again whenever I've tried to do research about post-human motherhood in the context of where I stay, where I am located in India.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, Sara, you can really retrieve an ethics for your work from Sucharita's thinking in Sucharita. You can also get some content from Sara, right? I mean, like what Sara is exploring is kind of the wonder of feeling entangled and feeling care, even though it is just technology, right? So, Sara, you're engaging technology in order to really research emotions. So emotions are the wonder maybe behind all of this. So yeah, that's a really, really beautiful counter connection that we have created today in this panel, which sadly has to come to a close. I would have personally really liked to continue discussing with you, because this is such an interesting topic also for myself personally. I was just also wondering maybe we can use this like to continue in another format. I was thinking about the placenta, because we have treated this today as this totally optimistic, positive existence, even though I do wonder what is really, or is there something monstrous? Is there something post-human also within the placenta? Placenta is also used in homeopathics, and I feel that this homeopathic framing does something to the placenta, right? The apparatus of homeopathics that has an agency within itself. And homeopathics is always treated as this, either it doesn't have any effect, it's like a placebo, or it is just positive, and there's no way to getting it wrong. And I wonder whether this has spilled over towards the placenta, and how far it would be possible to think the placenta in a critical, affirmatively critical light. So yeah, let's continue this, please, in another format. But for today, we have to come to a close. We have to close this session. But I can just say thank you very much for being here. I appreciate a lot your works and your inputs today, and I just hope we'll stay in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swantje.
Okay. So I guess that we can begin, since we're right at 8 o'clock where I'm located in the morning. And I wanted to welcome all of you. We've had a wonderful 3 days, doing this, and this is our final session, session 10. So thank you for being a part of this. Okay, so without further ado, let me introduce the session and our presenters. So this is session 10, The Aesthetics of Birth and Pregnancy Through Photography. And our first presenter is Filippo Yaya Masri. And I'm sure we'll have some questions for you. So we're going to move on to our second presentation. So for our second presentation, we have Annelies Ostertag, is a researcher, curator, and parent whose work is grounded in cultural anthropology, performance studies, and curatorial studies. Her research examines embodiment, relationality, and feminist epistemologies with a focus on contemporary art, especially performance and media art. She has collaborated with institutions such as the Haus der Kulturen der Welt, a Deutsches Filminstitut, and Filmmuseum, and has several publications out. Her paper title for us today is Piercing the Volkskörper, or The Body That Doesn't Belong, on Pregnancy and Violent Care. So thank you very much, Annelies. And if you have slides, you can show those to us, or you don't have to.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction and also for the invitation. It's been lovely to follow all the contributions. I have some slides that I want to share.
Looks good.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so thanks again. I want to begin with a work by the Slovenian artist, writer, and theater maker Simona Semenic, which I encountered while reading Bojana Kunst's recent book on the transversal lines of care. The 3 photographs document a performance that Semenic worked on together with her collaborator Nada Zank. And as you can see, the triptych shows Semenic wrapped in the Slovenian flag smiling, then cutting out the emblems from the fabric, and finally standing with a scissors still in her hand while her pregnant belly pierces through the flag. The performance took place in 2009 and was titled Sapis Celot, which translates to English as Note of the Entirety. Almost 10 years later, in 2018, the photo series resurfaced online shortly after Semenic had been announced as the recipient of a Slovenian National Art Award and the evening before the ceremony. Detached from the original context, the image provoked outrage, particularly among right-wing political groups, who accused her of disrespecting the nation and her responsibility as artist and mother. What was so offensive about these images? Following Bojana Kunst's observation, it is the fear of the body, of its elusiveness, vulnerability, and fragility. The fear of an unfinished body that transcends all definitions, a body that doesn't belong or that claims to belong differently than it's supposed to. Semenic's pregnant belly, once wrapped in the Slovenian flag, hidden and controlled by the state, pierces through the fabric and demands visibility and self-determination. Her pregnant belly exposes the status of the female body as a national stereotype and a vehicle for the production of national culture. The title, Note of Entirety, can be understood as the work's demand. The pregnant body, in nationalist as much as in sentimental narratives of motherhood, is reduced to the reproduction of another entirety, that of the, in German, Volkskörper, a nationalist fantasy in which the population is imagined as one coherent organic entity that must be protected, purified, and reproduced. Semenic takes the scissors and cuts this entirety into pieces, while insisting on her own integrity, being artist, political subject, and mother at once. By exposing her pregnant belly, she also makes visible that she will soon be a mothering artist, a combination that, as many feminist artists and theorists have shown, remains a paradox. The labor of life and love is still considered a limitation to artistic work, and both the ideal of mothering as well as the art system demand complete devotion while offering labor conditions that don't support a living. In this lecture, I want to follow Semenich's proposition to decouple the pregnant body from its nationalist and capitalist fantasies. I will begin with the historical and theoretical frameworks that have shaped the control of reproductive labor before turning to the cultural ideal of mother and the violent care it produces. Through artistic and literary works, I want to think with and along the pregnant body to find different imaginaries and narratives. And finally, refusing the idea that the caring body has stepped outside of art, I want to argue with Bojana Kunst that it is the place from which art and life are made. So I come to Silvia Frederici, who helps us to understand the exploitation of the female body under capitalism. In her well-known book, Caliban and the Witch, she traces how the control of sexuality and reproductive labor are an integral part of capitalism, and the race of witch hunt being part of the exploitation of women. She shows how, quote, the female body was turned into an instrument for the reproduction of labor and the expansion of the workforce, treated as a natural breeding machine, functioning according to rhythms outside of women's control, end of quote. This was true at the time of the capitalist takeoff, and it is true today, as you can see, for instance, in alliances between imperialism and pro-life patriotism. Nowhere is this more visible than in the figure of the fetus and the discourses that surround it. In her 1994 essay, America Fed the Fetus, Lauren Ballon describes how the subject position of the national victim, silenced, invisible, in need of protection, is strategically transferred onto the fetus. The emergence of ultrasound technology accelerated this process. It produces images that can be sentimentalized and personified. What Ballon calls fetal motherhood causes the pregnant person to disappear behind the symbolic importance of the fetus, while the latter is transformed into a political subject. Mobilizing the fetus that way produces, quote, a nationwide competition between the mother and the fetus that the fetus framed as helpless, choiceless victim will always win, end of quote. The result is the figure of the anti-Madonna, the mother who poisons or aborts her child as a new traumatized national icon. What Frederici and Ballon show us is that the pregnant body has been for a long time a site of capitalist investments and fantasies, and it is precisely this overdetermination that makes it so difficult to think about pregnancy on different terms. The experience of pregnancy and motherhood has long been forced into such narrow molds that only certain oppressive materializations of it were allowed to be seen. Because we all know what a mother is supposed to be like. A good mother is selfless, her entire identity consumed by her love for her child. She is youthful, innocent. Her hair flows behind her as she walks through a field of wildflowers. She always smells of freshly baked bread. She wears long cotton dresses and no makeup. She glows with love from within. The ideal mother haunts. Meeting any divergent experience with moral and social condemnation, she intensifies the guilt of those who doubt her existence within their own experience. Those feelings of guilt and the fear to fail are mobilized by the mechanisms through which violent care operates. In her book, Bojana Kunst writes, quote, care can quickly turn violent, especially when one is convinced that one is right in one's own efforts to improve this world. It takes a village to raise a child mirrors the understanding of the pregnant body and the child as something communal in the most beautiful way. But if the village goes on a witch hunt, does it still serve the child? In regard to motherhood, especially during pregnancy, this often vulnerable, messy, and transitional phase in life, it takes a community that is capable to stay with the trouble, with differences and the messiness of life, rather than to glide into moral sanctioning and rigidity. I think of breastfeeding as a very small, banal, but also telling example from my own experience. The pressure came from both sides. From one direction, concerns about structural inequality, about the non-breastfeeding parent being excluded, about the mother-child relationship being too tight. From the other side, the understanding that breastfeeding is natural, that it is simply what you do, and that it is the best for the child. Both sides acted in a manner of violent care, a care that knows better, that cannot stay with ambiguity, that needs you to do it the right way. What gets lost on both sides is the most basic thing, that it is a choice and that the person making it might simply be allowed to do it in peace. To be a caring community means then to stay with the difference and the conflict, as well as the trouble of another's person experience without turning it into a moral project. That kind of community structure is at odds with the values of the contemporary art world, the world I inhabit in Berlin, a field built not on care but on competition, individual achievement, and the myth of the singular artist. And yet, paradoxically, art is also the field where motherhood is very much tackled. Especially since second wave feminism, artists have worked around these maternal subjects, expanding what can be said, shown, and claimed. Now I want to come to some more artistic works. Nan Golden's photographic work From Here to Maternity is one of the most striking examples of this expansion. Her camera moves through her queer community life, nightlife, sex addiction, and the devastation of AIDS. From Here to Maternity, as well as her more famous work, The Ballad of Sexual Dependency, insists that pregnancy and the reproduction are part of that same world. The collage From Here to Maternity consists of 24 photographs of Flinter subjects in various stages of pregnancy and early parenthood, many of them queer. The images show parents breastfeeding, bathing babies, changing diapers, acts of care that dominant culture tends to render either invisible or sentimental. Golden refuses idealization by showing them as they are actually lived, in bodies and communities that the dominant narrative has no room for. In doing so, Golden also pushes back against the logic that has long pitted queerness against pregnancy. This tension has a specific history. In the discourse around the AIDS crisis of the 1980s and 1990s, queerness and pregnancy were actively constructed as opposites. On one side, queer life, associated with sex, death, and the refusal of futurity. On the other, pregnancy, associated with life, continuity, and heterosexuality. This binary not only pathologized queer sexuality, it also conscripted the pregnant body into the service of a conservative politics of reproduction. To be pregnant was, by definition, to be on the side of the heterosexual norm. This is precisely the tension that Maggie Nielsen touches on in her book, The Argonauts. Queer pregnancy, a phrase she borrows from Susan Freeman, is a reminder that, quote, any bodily experience can be made new and strange, that nothing we do in this life need to be shoveled into a box with a lid crammed on it, end of quote. She continues by asking, how can an experience so profoundly strange and wild and transformative also symbolize or enact the ultimate conformity? Pregnancy, I want to argue with Nelson, performs queer work. It is relational and strange, and it threatens the self's coherence through the infiltration of another, while at the same time inviting a radical intimacy with an alienation from one's own body. The body is no longer fully one's own, in fact, it never is or was, and that is what pregnancy can make us aware of. One artist who shows us what pregnancy can mean in all its messiness is the Dutch photographer and writer Verena Blok. Her artist book Love Shit, published last year, and the solo exhibition of the same title at Foam Amsterdam bring together years of photographing all kinds of pregnancies alongside writings about her own parenthood, as well as her work in an abortion clinic in the Netherlands. The title is precise. It names the experience as one that is lived and felt in the flesh in all its ambiguity, the tenderness and the mess, the love and the shit in both the literal and figurative sense. When you flip through the pages of the book and read the text that is structured in diary entries, you can imagine Verena Bloch standing behind the reception desk, gentle and professional, conducting patient intakes of all kind, as well as parenting and struggling to find studio time to work on her art. I met Verena Bloch during my own pregnancy 4 times to take photos. What struck me was that she was not only a photographer building a close relation with her subject, but also a professional schooled in confronting a pregnant person under pressure. One who knows very well about the alienation that the medical apparatus can produce. Her photographs show pregnant subjects in their homes, in their mess and love, pulling them out of anonymity and placing them firmly in the particular. The stakes of her approach become legible in contrast to René Dijkstra's series New Mothers. 3 portraits of women with their newborns, each figure isolated against a white background, in Dijkstra's distinct flat frontal, almost militant style. Where Bloch as well as Golden situate their subjects within the textures of lives, Dijkstra strips all context away. As Sandra Matthews and Laura Wexler's analysis of pregnancy pictures suggests, this isolation is not neutral. It signals the clean simplicity of a married, financially secure, white, middle-class motherhood. Here, the invisibility of social context becomes paradoxically a marker of privilege. Verena Bloch's work functions very similar to the 1970s work Postpartum document by American artist Mary Kelly. Both works refuse the separation between art and the ordinary. They insist on making the mothering artist visible, not despite her care, but through it. And they bring together documentary, archival, and autobiographical approaches. Postpartum Document is a 6-year-long, multi-layered project that documents the artist's son developments from his birth to the age of 5. The mixed media installation integrates artifacts of Kelly's childcare, like dirty diapers, feeding charts, baby cloth, and first drawings, on which she wrote analysis of the mother-child relationship and sexual differences. To exhibit dirty diapers as art was to force the institution to confront the labor of maintenance it depended on. When first exhibited at the ICA London in 1976, critiques took it apart as rubbish, a response that, as Kelly noted, proved her point that art institutions simply don't care about life and care. Mia Lademan-Euclis is another figure in art who made this argument with full clarity. When she became pregnant while at art school in the late 1960s, she was told by her teacher that she therefore couldn't be an artist. Her response was to claim care work as her art and vice versa. In her 1969 Manifesto for Maintenance Art, Euclis drew a stark distinction between 2 systems: development, which is celebrated, funded, and institutionalized, and maintenance, which is invisible, feminized, and structurally devalued. The artwork she showed runs on maintenance and systematically refuses to acknowledge it. My last artistic example before I come to an end is contemporary artist Galen Leung. Leung works with scores, written descriptions or instructions to be physically realized in the exhibition that change the time, infrastructure, and atmosphere in the museum or gallery. In her exhibition Balances at Maxwell Graham in New York in 2022, she thematized her access to an identity as an artist and an artistic work schedule despite her role as a mother. The exhibition included the work gates that you can see here, with the score child safety gates installed on all thresholds of the exhibition space, hours, a wall painting the size of her studio wall divided into all the hours of the week, highlighting her studio hours in black, and times, a score that reduced the opening hours of the exhibition to her available studio hours, Thursday 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. and Friday 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. Adjusting the opening hours of her show to a schedule that is determined by care work rather than the logic of the art market makes tangible that art is entangled with life and that care is the place where art takes place. And now I want to come back to Bojana Kunst and her proposition. So she writes in her book, again quoting, "Addressing motherhood in art does not simply make it more visible, it makes relations of reproduction present. The lives of artists become part of how labor and artwork and the temporalities associated with them are understood. The entire oikos of the institution is transformed." End of quote. Rethinking reproduction in art means understanding pregnancy, raising children, and other forms of care work not as peripheral moments in an artist's life, but as something that is constitutive of artistic and cultural production. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annelies. Wonderful. I hadn't seen many of those artists, so that was very interesting. Okay, so we'll move on and then we'll have questions afterwards. So our next presenter is Kristen Weber. Kristen is a Stuttgart-based art historian and doctoral candidate at the University of Stuttgart, researching the postpartum body as a carrier of signs in contemporary photography. She holds a master's degree in art history and has taught feminist photography at the Academy of Fine Arts in Munich. Her experience spans communication leadership, editorial work, and conference organization, accompanied by publications and lectures on photography, subjectivity, and feminist perspectives in art. Her paper for us today is titled Postpartum Bodies, Potentials of Visualizing Social Realities. And let me spotlight her. Okay, so let me know if you'd like me to share your slides or if you'd like to do it.
I think I try to open it.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, thank you, Anna, very much for the kind introduction and also for the possibility to speak here and to present a brief insight of my current research today. Before I start, I'd like to point something out. Since all the examples I'm using for today's presentations are pictures of female and women artists, I'm also used the term women, but this is disregard to the fact that, of course, there are also non-binary people who give birth. Okay, now. For a long time, showing the pregnant body was treated as taboo, which also means that it was considered unworthy of depiction. Until the late 20th century, pregnancy was even covered up or retouched in public portrait photography. The publication of Annie Leiboviz's portrait of the pregnant actress Demi Moore on the cover of the US magazine Vanity Fair in 1993 initially triggered a media debate about the acceptance of such images in public. As a result of the publication of Moore's portrait and the change in cultural perception, however, the appreciation of the value of images of pregnant women changed strongly. More and more pregnancy portraits found their way into fashion magazines, and at the end of the 1990s, a huge hype developed regarding the staging of the pregnant body. Although the pregnant belly has now become part of public perception and is even considered sexy and staged as such, portraits that reproduce a traditional image of pregnancy and motherhood still continue to exist. Many of the portraits are extremely romanticized and follow art historical traditions with analogies to the conception of Mary, which was initially purely a miracle and in which physicality is completely absent. The starting point of today's presentation is an engagement with images that, in contrast to this miracle conception, instead address and visualize the actual process of childbirth and its consequences. In her series Mother, begun in 2004, the photographer Eleanor Carucci presents her very personal engagement with the experiences, difficulties, and challenges of motherhood. Part of the series consists of photographs of Carucci during pregnancy, but it also includes pictures which show Karrueche's postnatal body. In what follows, I would like to argue that Karrueche is not only breaking a taboo within showing her postpartum body, because it is unlike to the pregnant body, still considered unworthy of depiction, but also to explore the extent to which her mode of representation holds additional emancipatory potential for challenging gender stereotypes. The shot "My belly after giving birth and C-section" must have been taken shortly after the delivery. Karrueche's postnatal torso can be seen. The belly is still rounded, but now shows the empty womb that recently enclosed Karrueche's twins. The dark linea negra running lengthwise across the belly is still clearly visible and indicates that the birth is not too long in the past. Based on those two signs alone, it is not clear whether the photo was taken before or after the birth. However, the fact that the swelling of the belly no longer appears to be the same as it was during pregnancy can be seen from the thin network of lines running across it. Particularly prominent, however, is the cut, which shows the C-section has been performed. Several stripes of tape are placed over it and prevent it from opening up again. Although she has already given birth, the role of the mother-to-be is inscribed in her body rather than that of the actual mother. By depicting herself naked, the overlap between these two states becomes visible and emphasizes the processual nature of the experience of motherhood. This is also the case in the following photograph, coming back home from the hospital, my belly after delivering of twins. As already anticipated in the title, the photograph also shows Karrueche's body after childbirth. The artist is depicted lying on the floor, once again with only her torso filling the photograph. She wears underwear made of thin mesh fabric, concealing the cesarean wound that appeared so prominently in the previous image. The curve of the belly has disappeared completely, allowing the ribcage to stand out. Nevertheless, the skin of the now flat tummy still shows the fine branching marks created by the extreme stretching of the skin. Although Karrueche does not explicitly depict the actual event of childbirth in either of these photographs, she nevertheless refers to it visually through the signs of pregnancy that are still visible. In doing so, she not only shows the sequence of different moments, but also metaphorically the personal development she undergoes. The physical transition that Karrueche experiences during and after childbirth, which she documents in her photographs, can also be understood as a visualization of the transition into the role of being a mother. Her body, and especially her skin, serves as a medium through which this transitional process is made visible, functioning as a narrative surface upon which specific information can be read. If one looks at these works from a media reflective perspective, this assumption can be confirmed. Taking technical aspects into account, both the motive and the photographic medium itself can be seen as existing in a tautological relationship. Both the signs of pregnancy on the artist's body and photographs themselves can be understood as traces of time. In Charles Peirce's terminology, they are indexical signs that testify the moment in the past. Both points towards a moment to which a process is attached that ultimately led to the result we can now observe. In the production of a photograph, the light entering the camera is reflected and transferred onto the light-sensitive negative, where it leaves a trace from which the image is later developed. The same applies to the signs of pregnancy on the mother's skin. They are traces left behind by the process of pregnancy itself. On this meta level, the fact that the depicted figure is a woman who has recently given birth creates an additional interconnection between social, biological, and mechanical reproduction. From this technical perspective, the emphasis on process once again emerges, visualizing motherhood as a traditional experience of identity. Karrueche shows this process of becoming a mother by depicting her own body and representing her individual experience. Yet, by choosing a framing that excluded her face, she simultaneously demonstrated that this experience is also universal, one that countless women before her have undergone. It becomes evident that Carucci's self-portrait not only represents aspects tied to an individual, but can also be interpreted more broadly as a commentary on concepts of motherhood in general. The emancipatory potential emerging from this becomes especially apparent in the exposure of systems of looking, which will be analyzed in the following through the photograph My Belly After Giving Birth and C-Section. The self-asserted presentation of the body offers the possibility of undermining the traditional objectification of the feminine and dissolving the separation between subject and object in art. Carucci's dual positioning as both model in front of the camera and artist behind it can therefore be interpreted precisely as an attempt to break through the gendered subject-object dynamic. Her presentation of the postnatal female body goes even further. By photographically staging her body, which is naturally capable of giving birth, she demonstrated her female creative power. Through her self-staging, however, she presents not only her ability as a woman and mother, but also her intellectual creative force. This dual positioning portrays her as superior to the male artist. Following this dichotomy, the male artist can create only intellectually, whereby Carucci demonstrated that as a female artist, she is capable of creating both physically and mentally. Although the photograph no longer stages the flawless belly announcing the arrival of new life, but rather the female body marked by childbirth, in this case by the cesarean section, it nevertheless presents it on an aesthetic level. The photograph emphasizes the symmetry of both the body and the composition. The dark linañeca appears parallel to the frame and seems to find its repetition in the curl of hair falling from above into the image. The curves of the body continue to stand out very clearly. The breasts are full and the nipples dark. It seems like Carucci intends on highlighting that despite the transformations caused by pregnancy and childbirth, her body remains worthy of observation and desire and has not lost its femininity. In this context, parallels between Carucci's staging and the Venus of Willendorf become apparent. In the sculpture, which is considered a symbol of femininity and fertility, the emphasized curves likewise stand out. The faintly indicated arms rest upon the breast, similarly to Carucci's image in which the arms are absent from the frame, thereby placing the fertile female body entirely at the center of attention. In contrast to the bodily features that characterize the female body as fertile and nurturing, stands a prominently displaced caesarean scar, which reveals the drastic and at times even violent experience associated with childbirth. In a caesarean section, the abdominal wall and the uterus beneath it are surgically cut open with a scalpel above the pubic heel in order to deliver the fetus from the mother's body. Here too, the connection of skin plays a decisive role. Skin encloses the fleshly structure of the body, defines it, and fulfills a protective function. When the skin is cut open during a C-section, it is robbed of this protective function as a barrier. The torn skin therefore also points toward vulnerability and potential mortality. In this context as well, skin takes on further metaphorical significance. In her study on skin, Claudia Bentin identifies the recurring appearance of two contrasting motifs of skin, each gendered in their connotation. The motif of male armored skin and that of the female macula materna, also called birthmark. As an example, she cites the myth of Achilles, in which the Greek hero is given an impenetrable skin. However, his ankle remains untouched by the salve, and this single body opening ultimately becomes his fatal doom. The female bodies being marked by a mole is complementary to this. The smooth, soft female body is often disfigured by a mark, which is usually associated with impurity, guilt, or death. Viewed against this background, Carucci's staging of her caesarean scar appears to unite both of these ambivalent imaginaries and detach them from their gendered association. In relation to Carucci's photograph, the term birthmark acquires an entirely new meaning. In time, the deep cut above the pubic area will become a clear scar, permanently visible and bearing witness to the cut. It will remain as a mark of motherhood. This mark indicates the place where the protective skin was cut, but unlike to the myth about a male armored skin, in which the hero is injured and killed by a shot to the only vulnerable part of his otherwise armored body, Carucci's incision symbolizes not only the new life of the children brought into the world, but also female strength, which cannot diminished even by such a deep wound. To come to a conclusion, Elena Carucci does not shy away from showing her body after the birth of her twins. In doing so, she breaks with stereotypical and cliché-ridden representation of motherhood, even though her depiction cannot entirely free itself from socially constructed and culturally conditioned ideas. Through the photographic staging of her postnatal body, however, she transformed it into a carrier of signs that visualize the complexity of the experience of motherhood. Detached from the idea of a sacred, disembodied motherhood, her images paved the way for thinking and living motherhood further. As other artists have increasingly demonstrated through their own highly individual staging, motherhood is not a category occupied solely by heterosexual cisgender women, but rather an experience that can be approached from many different perspectives. Even though the publication of the portrait of the pregnant trans man Logan Brown sparked debates similar to those surrounding Demi Moore's portrait, Brown's appearance on the cover of the fashion magazine Glamour, exactly 30 years after testifying to the development of recent decades concerning broader conception of motherhood and parenthood, much like the process a person undergoes through pregnancy, childbirth, and far beyond both experience, society itself also is in a constant transformation, a transformation that can be driven especially through visual media. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was great. I'm really happy with the way that these papers were put together, and I think I see some, interconnected ideas and thoughts. But so first, we're going to do the question session. Does anybody have, do the panelists have questions for each other, or any of the people who are here as attendees have a question? You can also write your question in the chat if you'd prefer, and I can read it. But I thought I would start with that. Anyone? I felt like there were two kind of broader themes that I noticed. So one was photography of marginalized topics that we don't see, and kind of bringing those topics to the forefront for the public. And each of yours discusses this in a certain sense. I think the other one is capitalism, and how the pregnant body is being affected by capitalism, and the view that that's being imposed on all of us, since we live in a globalized world, about the pregnant body, what it's supposed to look like. So I wanted to ask if any of you wanted to speak to one of those topics. I also have, other questions for individual presentations, but I was wondering if you had any thoughts on that. Yeah, Beatrice.
Hi, so I love the panel, all of it, and also how I'm a filmmaker, and so it really was very satisfying to see how the panel on photography was able to be very critical also, and very but that's just a side note. I have a question for Filippo, and that is, I thought it was very fascinating, and I especially liked the moment where you said that these images aren't medical and they're also not sentimental, but they have a different way of looking, and that was a way that was introduced with these pictures. But then you also said that there was no mediation of the moment of the birth. And so I wanted you to maybe comment on that. That is very interesting. And then I actually think that really resonated with Kristen's talk and her interpretation, or her showing us Karochi's work. So yeah, that's my comment and question.
Yes, thank you so much. The work on childbirth by Lisetta Carmi was firstly commissioned by the municipality, and so it was a work for the hospitals and in some ways for medical reasons. But after the work was done, it has never been secreted or other, because it was probably too cruel for the moment, too strong for the period. So it was for medical reasons it was born, but it was never revealed by like a work like that, because it was only an artistic work at the end. So it's not easy to understand the period, the contest. It was something really early, I think, in Italy, but also in Europe. And so I think that you can see something medical, but something that is only artistic. For example, it is in black and white. She chose this this color. I do not know why. Probably because it was too cruel to have it in color. But I think that it could be medical if the period was ready, but it was not. So it can only be artistic now, I think.
Yes,
Sorry, and
Annalise.
just
Oh,
one
sorry.
quick question.
Yeah.
Just wanted to ask Filippo, which year were these pictures taken? Can you remind
Yes,
me?
I've done some research, and it was taken in 1968, in 4 days.
So, okay.
Yes, there are
Mhm.
also some other photographs, but those are the most notorious. So 1968 in October.
So, because I'm thinking about the technical possibilities, that perhaps the black and white was, I'm not
No,
sure if
there
there
are
were,
some other works
Mhm.
by Lisetta Carmi that were colored, so it was not a problem for her,
Okay.
because
Okay.
she was also quite rich, so it was not
Okay.
a problem. But she chose to use it, so it was
Yeah.
also a problem for me to understand why. But there is no answer to this question. So
Okay. Okay.
Maybe they, as you said before, it would be like blood with the color of blood could be too brutal for the audience. Maybe that was the thinking.
probably. But also the subject was at the end too cruel for the audience. So
yeah. Annalise, did you have a comment?
I'm not sure if it's thought through, but because now you also said that it was a medical demand to take these pictures, but when, like, I was also linking your both talks, Christine and Filippo, because like in both the pictures there is no face, and you weren't talking about that, Christine, I think, but Filippo, you were, and you said something like that the anonymity is not dehumanizing or desubjectifying the subject, but actually giving attention to the body. And I wasn't so sure somehow. Or I was wondering also if you, Christine, could maybe talk about that the face is not seen, and how you would interpret that. Or I think there's a funny thing between the anonymity giving also empowerment or maybe safety to the subject to not be seen in such a vulnerable way with your face. But I think there is also something that then maybe the body is so overexposed and you don't have to face anymore that the person is not, I don't know, there is for me a tension there somehow.
Yeah, actually, thought about that too, because I also made up the same connection between mine and Filippo's talk. I had like a little passage about like her not showing her face. And one point I brought up is that I think she doesn't want to show that it's only her individual experience, but it's also an experience she shares with other people who give birth. But one aspect I didn't bring in today's presentation is also that I think, although in today's presentation I was speaking about like the potential of these pictures and what kind of visuality it can bring into a culture to show that body, but I also think it's kind of brutal. Because also like the picture of her laying down on the ground. If you have a really close look, you can see like a foot on the edge of the picture, and so probably someone has taken the photograph like from above, and like this gives me also kind of violent way of looking at the female body, and then also in that way of it is cut, like the frame is like actually cutting that body, also with the cut of the C-section. And I think it has both aspects. And I think for me, it's also important of who took the picture, because I think, with Filippo's, I also thought about that because it's a really intimate moment where you like, make a picture of it. And I think it turns around a little bit when the artist herself is taking the picture.
Yes, for Lisetta Carmis, I think that she's trying to portray childbirth in general, not only a woman. So it is important that the woman stay anonymous because she is focusing on childbirth, not only about one girl, one woman. So I think that this is the reason, and also I think that there was some problems with the position of the camera because there were also some doctors, so it was not easy for the period to have cameras in the hospital. So this is another reason. And also in this way, this is quite an important moment, and the pain on the face, it will be something not useful to the work.
Filippo, there was a French obstetrician, maybe you've heard of him, Michel Audin, who did he became pretty famous, and actually he died recently, I think about a year ago, but he made films of births taking place and this was like in the 60s and 70s, I think. So you could see the crowning, which, of the baby, and that this was seen similar to the photographs that you showed. It was sort of seen as like breaking a taboo to show this, but he shows the whole woman, so like the body and the expression and everything. And it was to sort of he was part of the natural birth movement, so he was trying to encourage to let women know that it was okay that you don't have to go through medicalized births. But you might want to check him out because it's around the same time of the photographs that you showed. I'll just put his name in the...
Yes, I think that I saw one of his books with some photographs, and I tried to do a comparison between those two works. I do not know
okay.
if we are talking about the same person, but I think yes.
Yes, Kristen.
Yeah, I also have a question for Antonina, and maybe I'm not sure if I'm going a bit too far, because I also saw some of the connection between our two talks with the Demi Moore portrait, and because I use it as like a starting point to get into the visual a depiction of the postpartum body. And I was wondering if you also think about like taking that step, because when you were showing the comments about Rihanna's cover, I thought about like something that happened in the beginning of the year when she got her third child, and there were like paparazzi pictures of her after giving birth. And yeah, a lot of people were talking about she lost all her glow because she's getting so fat after being pregnant and stuff like that. And yeah, which is totally stupid. But how you would like, or do you have any thoughts about those different kind of perceptions of the pregnant and postnatal body?
Yeah, so that I think that's part of my problem with this depiction of Demi Moore and Rihanna, because I feel that they are still being viewed as they are being presented to our gaze, and they are still not really in control of their image, even though there's a whole team of people working on those shoots and really trying to convey a message. So I feel that's why I don't buy into this emancipatory story behind the Demi Moore picture, although it is clear that something changed with that image. So I think that something was triggered, like a process started, but yeah, I think we are still kind of reduced to that image as pregnant women, and I think this is also really visible in Polish culture, where people have a sense of entitlement to comment on your body while you're pregnant, or touch it. There's all these elements to it that that transgress just the visual side of pregnancy. So but this is definitely something that I need to look into in more depth in future. And I really loved the work that you presented, and how it offers this more let's say more real experience of motherhood, although I think that we are always looking at an interpretation of things. So no matter how hard we try, we are we can only have our own experience to ourselves, in a sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that you said like it's a more natural way of looking at motherhood, or at the body of a pregnant or postnatal woman, because I actually also have in my research other artists who show their postpartum body, and the kind of Carucci is presenting, I also think I also have the same problem as you have with those pregnancy pictures, because it's the kind of aesthetic she's showing. I think it has something emancipatory potential, but on the other hand, it's also again kind of how a body should look after giving birth. It's beautiful, and it has those kind of things, and I think it's also sometimes hard to it can go both ways, actually, I think.
Yeah. It's good to have those images out there, though. I think I've given birth twice, and I know what it looks like, but I think that if I hadn't seen images like that before, I might have been in shock. So it's because my mom did not share images like this with me, and basically that's something that's definitely changed, that we are exposed to more images like this now.
And in the past, I think this was all very, very taboo. Yeah. Mm.
Beatrice, did you have something?
I do, but I thought there's also a question from Barbara.
Yeah, there's a question from Barbara too. Barbara asks, what about the different colors of the outfits in the last papers? Do they convey information on the pregnant body?
I think my only thought would be that the red lace suit is definitely something that stands out, that it was, like a red hot color. So definitely Rihanna is fighting for our attention here. And on the other hand, it feels like it's almost the same picture as that of the me, but she is, instead of being naked, she's just covered in clothes from head to toe. So it seems like now the controversy now is, can a pregnant woman be fashionable? And can she wear, haute couture outfits? And it feels like this lace is really, it has this texture. It looks almost like maybe like something organic. So I have to look into that in more depth once again. But I would say that the outfit is definitely calling for attention. It's not something that you would wear if you wanted to go out unnoticed. So
right,
it's a statement in itself. Yeah.
And I would
Beatrice,
maybe
go ahead, Kristen.
sorry.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that I also did show the picture of Rihanna and the one of Beyonce, because I think the one of Beyonce is also, it's still that kind of imagery of the sacred Madonna. She's referring in a art historical way to those kind of pictures of Madonna in the garden and stuff. And I think what Rihanna is doing is she's not putting that together, not like that kind of sacred motherhood, which is connected to those kind of symbols. She's even showing something like lace, which is also maybe a bit of erotic thing, which is for me also an opposite way of showing that, going further away from that holy Mary Christianity picture of motherhood.
Yeah. Beatrice, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly link this to Anneliese's presentation, and I really did think that this concept of violent care was very important. You had a question in one of our earlier panels about that, and I really thought it was interesting and important. And I thought that how Antonina talked about the commodification, that's another form of violence in some way attaching to these images. So yeah, I just wanted to make the link. Yeah.
We're at 9:45 where I am, but we can actually go slightly over. I had one because we don't have anything else after this other than I'll give some closing remarks. So Antonina, you gave this quote from Gloria Steinem, I think, it was with the Leibovitz catalog or book. And if I recall, I think it said something like, we view ourselves how others view us. And I just thought that's so unhealthy because, it's like that's sort of the world we're living in now with the social media and everything, is that we aren't who we are. We're who other people how they view us is who we are as people.
Yeah, she said how we are seen changes how we see ourselves.
Okay.
And I understand this. This was supposed to be an argument for what Annie Leibovitz is doing, because the woman book is basically a series of images of women performing different professions, and so that's the point, I think, that she was trying to make.
Right.
Mhm.
Of course, I guess at that time, because that was 1999, I think you said.
No, this was later. This was
Oh,
written
okay.
because this is the second edition. So I think this
Uh-huh,
is, let me just check very quickly. It was definitely, I think it was maybe even, I'm not sure if it's not 2025.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Very
so
late.
it's
Yeah.
pretty recent. The
Mhm.
first essay by Susan Sontag, the idea for the book came from Susan Sontag. Susan Sontag was Annie Leibovitz's longtime partner, and she actually inspired this book. So she wrote the first introductory essay, and then in the second version of the book, it's Gloria Steinem who wrote the essay. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, I guess we can officially close this session. That was wonderful. We will have recordings of this, and as I told other participants, you will have the option to opt out of having your recording made into a video if you don't want it to be. Otherwise, we will make one and we put them on our YouTube channel. So, but thank you very much. I really liked the way these papers work together. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Anna Hennessy. I'm the founder and director of the Society for the Study of Pregnancy and Birth. And I just wanted to give a few closing remarks to thank everybody who has attended and participated in the past 3 days of this wonderful symposium. We had such a wide range of topics and papers that came through. First, I'd like to thank some individuals. I'd like to thank all the participants because without your work, we would have no symposium. This is, the heart of this event are your presentations. But I would also like to thank Beatrice Sasha-Kobo and Martina Hynan, who were integral to helping out the past 3 days. Beatrice ran the whole room yesterday, and Martina did it today because I'm in California, so it was very difficult for me to, I couldn't attend the earlier sessions because it's the middle of the night here. We also thank Lauren Bice and Sheila Lintott, who served as our 2026 co-keynote speakers. They gave a wonderful talk 2 days ago. And then we thank everyone who helped out with the abstract review committee, as well as symposium facilitators and moderators. These people included Marianne Delaporte-Kabir, Doreen Balabanov, Anthony Bocelli, Martina Hynan, Beatrice Sasha-Kobo, Swan Martach, Adewale Onagbasan, Sarah Rundstrom, and Cassandra Shortino. And we thank finally the advisory board members for their willingness to serve on the board and for their continued support of the society, which came together at the end of 2023. So as I said before, we'll be editing these recordings and we will be making them into videos for our YouTube channel. And all participants will have the option to opt out if they don't want their video included. So that's for my thank yous. I also wanted to just give some news about what the Society for the Study of Pregnancy and Birth has been doing this past year. We've been growing incrementally, I would say, but as people come to know about us, we do have something exciting that happened, which is that I recently signed a book contract with Springer Publishers, and we're going to publish an anthology that is based on our 2025 virtual symposium, which was about the topic of natality. So the editor with whom I've been in touch, he was very interested. He's a philosophy publisher, and it just, to me, I've been working in this space of birth and pregnancy and motherhood for about 15 years. And I'm seeing that people are becoming more and more interested in the academic sphere in these topics. So that's pretty exciting. And then, I recently applied for a grant from the American Philosophical Association. So I present for them pretty regularly on the topic of pregnancy and birth. And again, that's another association that 10 years ago you would not, or even 5 or 3 years ago, you would not typically see papers being presented on these topics. So the topic of death, yes, you're going to see many papers, but not on birth. So that's starting to shift now. And I'm very excited about that. So the other thing is we opened up a reviews page on our website. So we're now publishing book reviews, but also reviews of films, artworks, photography, anything that, is related to pregnancy and birth for which you could write a review, where we have this page. Let me see if I can put the link in. So I just put the link in the chat. So if you go to that, then you'll see some books listed. And we have our first review is now out, and that was written by Dr. Agnes Howard. She wrote a review of Dr. Laura Johnson Dalkey's book, which is called Outer Origin, A Discourse on Ectogenesis and the Value of Human Experience. So that's a whole nother topic that's very interesting about artificial wombs and what technology is doing in the space of birth. So check out that review page. I think we do have a book there that needs a reviewer, which is called The Mother Wave. It was published by Demeter Press in 2024. So if any of you are interested in reviewing that book, or you know of somebody who is, just send them that link. And we also have a publications page, which is a growing sort of list of publications in the fields of pregnancy and birth across disciplines. So really in the arts and humanities, but also social sciences and psychology. So if any of you publish anything, please send an email to the Society and we will list your publication on our publications page. Or if you know of somebody's book that recently came out and it's not listed, just let us know and we'll add it. It's the most extensive list that I know of on these topics across fields. So we're looking forward now to new events in 2027. We're in the early stages of looking into a theme for the symposium next year. If you'd like to be a part of that, let us know. You can send us an email, and we also have a newsletter through Substack that we send out, notifications sometimes of grants and conferences coming up and things like that. So if you're not on the newsletter, you can send us an email or go to Substack and find us, and then you'll get the newsletter regularly in your email. So that's all I have to say. I'm very excited with how this went, and I'm just so thankful for everybody that this event grew from last year's event. So we are seeing a lot of interest in what we're doing. And again, I thank all of you, because we would not have this content and interest if it weren't for all of your papers and presentations. So that's all I have to say, and I hope that you all have a wonderful summer and that I get to see you again at future events.